Okay. Fingers crossed.
Okay.
All right. We'll get a little start reloading.
Okay, awesome. And then you are showing the slides or I am?
I will be.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to double check. Thanks, lady.
We're back, guys.
Yay, awesome.
So everybody, this is Caitlin with Sweet and Tart, and she makes literally the best cakes ever. So yummy.
Hi. How's it going? Yay, awesome. I'm in the right one now. That's great. Yay. Perfect. How is everyone? And great, thanks so much for doing this. I've been watching all morning. I feel like I get to just like hang out with all my friends and people that I love to work with. So I'm just so thankful that you're doing this. So
it's amazing. Casey just fixed our live stream difficulties on the coronavirus, so that's great.
Well, it's working now. So if it was going to happen with anyone, it probably would happen with me. So that's just how it works with technology. So yeah, thanks everyone for showing up. My name is Caitlin and I own Sweet and Tart. It is a bakery and I do right now by appointment and special orders, and I specialize in weddings and also allergen free for anyone who needs that or needs that to be a part of their big day. So yeah, I have a little presentation shared just because I get a lot of people who they come and we are going to do their cake tasting and we're talking through ideas, and then when I'm like, what are you envisioning or do you have any thoughts? They're like, no, I don't know what to do. And that's totally fine because that's my job to help out with that. But I just wanted to give you guys some ideas on where to start when you're looking for wedding inspiration for cakes, but also for just all of your, whenever you're going to be starting with your wedding. So that's me. That's my logo, Sweet and Tart. Before I get going, if you have any questions, just put them in the comments now while I'm talking, and then at the end, then hopefully we'll have some time to get to those. So when people are starting with looking for wedding inspiration, especially for cakes and just anything really, I know that most people go to Pinterest, which is totally fine. Pinterest is a great resource to use. There's lots of awesome inspiration on there. However, especially if you're going to be looking for cakes, and if you type in wedding cake, this is what you get. There's a lot of just the exact same style, usually white with maybe a little bit of texture and flowers, and that's beautiful and timeless. And if that's what you want, that's totally fine. However, I think especially after this coronavirus and when people are able to start getting together again and people are planning their weddings for later, I think that a lot of people are going to be really wanting to just put as much of their own twist and their own spin and vibe on their day as possible. So I am just going to give you some other ideas for places to look and different directions to go. I would strongly recommend creating a mood board for your wedding. So it can be as simple or as complicated as you want. I think starting simple is best, just getting your colors down and overall just creating your vibe that you want. And you really can get a good feeling going with your mood board, and you can go back and add details later. But if you show up to a meeting with any vendor, with your florist or with me to do your cake, and you show me a mood board, I know exactly where your mind is going for where we're going to be drawing inspiration from for your wedding. This is a great way to just overall get a good connection immediately going with your vendors. And vendors, when they're trying to communicate with each other for like a styled shoot, which is what you see mostly in bridal magazines like Rocky Mountain Bride and Montana Wedding and those type of things, vendors communicate with each other for creating that aesthetic with a mood board. So we all know exactly how to make that happen. once you create your mood board, and as you're creating your mood board, oh, yeah.
Am I doing this slideshow thing? Am I going too fast?
No, you're doing great. Yeah, this is perfect. You want to stay on this for a minute. Yeah, you're doing amazing. Thanks so much. As you're looking for inspiration for your mood board, I love to look at textures and just different, like, kind of alternative things that you might not think about for your wedding. So here I have on that slide, there's a whole bunch of different textures with some rocks formations and an ocean, like a wave cap coming through. Those pictures were captured by Susan K. Adams, who's a photographer locally. And there are some different textures with the paper there and with that painting. All those have completely different moods and vibes, but it really kind of portrays just some different elements other than just, oh, I want a picture of a cake and I want my cake to look like this. We really can play with some different ideas and make it really unique to you if you have some other options on there. And that being said, if you show up to any vendor, again, if you're working with me or your florist or caterer, or when you're looking at setting up your tables, we're going to be able to really convey the same emotion and the same feel that you want. So, and then also just to keep in mind, this is just a plug for all the vendors in this area. There's some really amazing creatives and artists here who have been doing, putting on weddings and working in their field for a long time, and they're experts. They're absolutely experts. And I'm not sure if it's going still. I just wanted to make sure I'm still on, but
yeah, you're totally.
The vendors here are amazing. We're good. Awesome. The vendors here are, I keep saying that, but it's so true. We work together a lot. We really know how to bring our best. And if you show up and let us kind of play a little bit, we're going to bring our A game 100% and just really show off our talents as much as possible. So that's kind of my plug for just getting some ideas from your vendors on how to really be creative. So yeah, do you have any questions right now that I can answer? Just kind of going back through some of that.
Yeah. Those cakes are so pretty. Oh my gosh.
Oh, thanks. I think your husband is featured in one of those pictures.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about, maybe tell me like your top 5 most common flavors or like your most popular flavors? Let's talk.
Yeah. This is really fun because last year it really started changing. So this will be my 4th wedding season. And before last year, I pretty much always did white cake, white frosting. That was always what was requested, but I feel like now people are really starting to play around with it a little bit more. So last year, my most popular flavor was actually pistachio, which sounds kind of different and bizarre, but it's one of my favorites. It's a really light chiffon cake, and it has a little bit of a green color, which is so fun when you cut into it. I love that. Chocolate was a huge hit last year also. And that was, it's just so different to get to play with other flavors. One of my personal favorite flavors to use for a filling especially is a toasted white chocolate ganache, because it tastes kind of caramely, but you get the same melty feel in your mouth as chocolate, which is a really fun one. And then I always encourage people to try to use local fruits also. We have amazing farms around here, local farms, and then of course we also will be shipping in fruit from other places, but using seasonal fruit, you're going to get a really amazing flavor that's going to stand out to your guests a lot. So that's my answer to that.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love all the fresh ingredients that you use. That one strawberry, was it strawberry macaron that you?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So good. Was that fresh?
Thanks. So those are slow roasted. So I start with fresh strawberries and then roast them really slowly so they get a really strong flavor. So yeah, I did make for today especially. I made a cake just to show you guys just some different textures and colors. So this is, no one's seen it yet, so it's kind of a fun surprise just for you. In that picture, it was on the slideshow, but it was kind of a wave crashing over, and it was a really stark contrast of dark on the bottom and light, and I loved that. So that's why I did this kind of watercolor dark and light color here. And then I'm just really stoked for spring, as I'm sure everyone else is, and I'm just really missing some of my spring weddings that I'm not going to be able to do. So I wanted to add just some little florals and budding smaller flowers on here. So anyway, I just am so thankful that you set this up and that thanks. I just was really excited to play. So I really appreciate you being here and just putting this on. It's awesome. If anyone does have other questions or they are looking to book for next year, you can find me on Instagram. My handle is @sweet_and_tart, and tart is with an E. And then my email is caitlin@sweetandtart. My website is sweetandtart.com. So hopefully that helps everyone find me. But I would love to start talking about next year, and we're working on this year. So thank you, Ingrid.
Absolutely. Oh, I have one question for you from one of my brides.
Yeah.
Michelle, do lavender almond. Have you ever done that?
Ooh, I haven't done that specific combination before, but I do offer both those flavors, and I would love to combine them. That would be delicious. I love that idea.
Oh, it sounds really good.
Yeah, it's making me hungry.
Right.
So.
I want to ask you before we move on. Do you have any tips on saving the cake for your anniversary? Like the top? Like, is that a thing anymore? Like, my mom did that back in the 90s. Like,
yeah.
Thing?
Yeah. It totally depends on the couple. The large majority of people that I work with are like, I don't really want to have a cake in my freezer for a full year. Like, I don't have that kind of freezer space, which I totally understand. If you are local or if you're traveling around here, like close to your anniversary, I will make you the exact same cake that you had for your wedding. I'll make you a tiny one at a discounted price to give you for your anniversary. I think that's the best way to go. Otherwise, just wrap that topper up with a crazy amount of saran wrap, as much as I hate to say it, but seal it up and stick it in your freezer. And yeah, hopefully you'll remember it next year. But otherwise, just let me make you another one, because that would be my preferred way to go. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. A common question that I wanted to ask you, what's the difference between fondant and icing? I feel like brides don't know the difference. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, for sure. I pretty much don't offer fondant for a frosting for the outside, just because I really believe that I can get the exact same look with a buttercream, and it just tastes so much better. If you do really want fondant, I do have to charge a lot more for it because it's more expensive. It's a rolled out. It's kind of like to me, it looks and tastes a lot like Play-Doh. So it's a rolled icing that is laid over top of your cake. And I know that the aesthetic is beautiful, but I also really think that you can get the same aesthetic with buttercream. So if that's something you want to talk about, let me know. I do decor with fondant. So like these flowers on here are fondant. So it's kind of hard to see, I know. But anyway, they're little cutout pieces of fondant candy. But typically most people don't like fondant, and I have to charge a lot more to you, the customer, for it. So I recommend not using that.
That's a good way to make the cake beautiful and yummy at the same time. You use decor as fondant and then make it yummy as well. That's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So thanks so much. That's a good question.
Okay, so Shani just asked, Shani, I'm so sorry, I'm terrible with names. My fiance and I are not big cake fans. What are some common wedding dessert alternatives, and do you do that?
Yes, this is like my jam. I love dessert bars. Ingrid knows that a little bit, but so yeah, if you aren't a huge sweets person, then we can figure some other things out. But if you like sweets but you don't like cake, let's make you like a little mini pie or cobblers or really cool cookies, or I can work with your caterer and set up an ice cream bar. or the sky's the limit. I have a couple that I am hopefully still doing their wedding for later this year that they are from Norway, and we're doing a whole bunch of different Norwegian style cookies and desserts. And she even sent me some of her grandma's recipes, which I love that.
You do that a lot. Like you'll get somebody's grandma's recipe and just like have fun with it.
Yeah, I always test it out first and make sure that it will work. But I love that. I love incorporating whatever you like. So I have a dessert bar menu that is kind of a good way to get started, and I can send that to you via email. And then if you have anything specific, you can always just ask, and let's make it happen. So
awesome. Jordan just said, "I dream about those macarons."
Oh. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. That's awesome.
Well, cool, Caitlin. Thank you so much for joining us. I really, really appreciate you. And that cake was stunning. Oh my gosh.
You're so sweet. Thank you. I loved getting to do this. So thank you so much for having us. And I'm excited to watch the rest of the day. I'll be here all day. So
all right.
Thanks.
Girl, when all this is over.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Bye.
All right, guys. We're gonna do a quick little giveaway, and then we're gonna go straight into Plume. Let me check my schedule really quick. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm gonna do a giveaway, and then we're gonna go straight back into Plume Bridal's fashion show, which I'm so excited for. Let me find this giveaway really quick. How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? Sorry about the technical difficulties. That's just kind of the nature of everything. So I'm going to be giving away a Halo ring. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but you newly engaged girls, these are amazing little rings, and they're silicone. They're completely flexible. I have one and I love it. I have a white one, but I don't know where it is. And these are really common for like wearing when you're working out, when you are on vacation, maybe you're going on your honeymoon, and you're doing a little beach getaway. Sand is really, really hard on your rings. And you just have to like really be careful about where you're wearing your ring. With all this hand washing going on and like all these like really tough chemicals that we're using, it's really important that we protect our diamonds. And so I just throw this on. I rarely wear my ring, especially during quarantine, obviously, because I'm not going out or anything. And these are awesome. You don't really feel them. They're just really flexible. They're awesome. So I want to give one to you guys. So let me find the rules here. Has anybody heard of these? They're amazing. Let me find this here. Can't find it. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I love being technical. I need my dad with me right now. Okay. So to win this Halo silicone ring giveaway, all you have to do is follow Ingrid Svare Photography on Instagram, follow Bridal Talk on Instagram, and comment down below what your wedding colors are going to be down in the comments in this video. So let me know what your wedding colors are going to be. I'd love to hear, and I'm just going to let me know, or sorry, let me start over. Whoever wins, you just let me know which one you want. I just want you to go shopping on that website and just let me know what you pick, and I'll order it for you, and it'll be sent your way. So be sure to follow Ingrid Svare Photography, follow Bridal Talk, comment down below your wedding colors, and I'll announce this giveaway at the end of this live stream. We've got Plume Bridal coming up in just like a minute or two. So I'm going to get them ready. So go ahead and enter that giveaway, and we'll see Plume Bridal in just a few minutes. Okay, hold on just a minute. I can't hear you. Hold on. Can you guys hear her? Shoot, let's see here. Hold on, let me see if you guys can hear her. Just a minute here. Are you there? Yeah, your sound isn't working, so let me kick you off really quick and let's start over just one more time. I love technology. All right, let's see. I'm gonna text her really quick. So odd. Let's see. We're just gonna wait until they hop back on. There you are.
Okay, yes.
I can hear you now.
Perfect.
Yay.
All right.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Over from the top. So we are going to do a fashion show right now for you using our lovely mannequins and assistants today. And we're going to start with our All Who Wander dresses, which is a new collection from Essence of Australia. It's their new take on the boho line. So the first dress we're going to talk about is Finn, and she has the most divine Parisian silk and a slit and gorgeous lace and everything, and sleeves that the best part is they are detachable. So if you decide you want to wear sleeves for your ceremony, but you want to be able to dance comfortably and be nice and cool, they actually just snap on and off for you for your reception. So she's a great option for the boho bride that really just loves gorgeous, wonderful fabrics and flow and wants sleeves and some pretty feminine details. Next up is Reese. And oh my gosh, you guys, she is the nicest lace fabric with a cashmere blend lining. So she is also from the All Who Wander line. She is a classic A line, but with really interesting details to accent the waist and the hip. And then she also has a really cool cutout back and a simple train. So she does have a matching veil, and we did style her with a turquoise necklace from Alara and earrings to bring out kind of that super fun, laid back, fun part. These dresses are also available with cool things like cuffs for the arm or details like that if you wanted to zhuzh it up that way a little bit. Last of our All Who Wander dresses is Rowan. And what's fun about Rowan is she is the most divine cotton lace that's nicely embossed, has a beautiful train, and she is available with feather details. These are the feather cuffs that match with her, and you can also have the feathers brought into these areas. And if you want the feathers, it's only an extra $100, which is not bad for having feathers all over your wedding dress. I would love it personally. Next, we are going to look at some of our favorite classic silhouettes. So the first is a long sleeve sheath, and it has the most beautiful shaped train and buttons going all the way down. You can line the bodice if you want it to be a little more modest. It is also available without sleeves, which is really nice and easy. And she has a beautiful deep plunging V in the back. So it's a great way, again, to have a really beautiful, more modest dress that still has some pretty sexy details. This little V right here creates the best waistline you've ever seen. So next, we're going to go to our favorite dove satin ball gown that can also be an A-line for you. If you don't want it to be as poofy, we can, as Hannah showed you earlier, take all of the poof out of the inside. She does have pockets, and I really, really want to make this fabric into sheets. It is so soft and nice. And it's the new kind of satin, so it's not super shiny, and it doesn't photograph like a plastic bag or anything like that. It's not so shiny and bright that you can't actually enjoy it. So next to her is another actual traditional A-line dress with long sleeves. She is only available in ivory, but she is just so pretty with the horsehair detail on the bottom, really pretty, really delicate rose detailing that actually has some cool asymmetrical qualities. So it's not mirrored lace, meaning the exact same thing is in the exact same part on each part of the dress. And then again, this pretty dress has a really nice V back and some sheer details. It is also available in plus size and is amazing in plus size gowns. Speaking of plus size, we are having a plus size trunk show June, I believe, 11th, 12th, and 13th. So look on our Instagram. We'll be posting about it a lot in the next few weeks, but we will have an additional 20 to 25 dresses from Essence of Australia in sizes up to a 32 for everybody to try on and enjoy. Next is one of our favorite new A-line / ball gowns. You could make it larger to be a ball gown if you put a little crinoline, a fluff underneath it. It has beautiful sparkly glitter tulle underneath, a really delicate, almost ballet-like neckline, pretty buttons down the back, and it's really supportive in the bust, which is a nice option for you as well, so that you don't feel like you're going to fall out of your dress when you're dancing like a crazy person at the end of the day. So next, we're going to go back to the front of the store and look at some really cool geometric printed dresses. We're going to start with this little friend as I touch her boobs. This is a fit to flare, but also has the drama of the mermaid poof on the bottom, where it's actually really big on the bottom, really dramatic, really fun. And I will tell you, the best thing about this dress are these lines. They make everyone look like a bombshell. It also has that shimmery glitter tulle underneath it, really, really pretty, nice detailed lace. It is really, really supportive for a strapless dress. So if you want to wear a strapless dress, we can always put on detachable spaghetti straps so that they support you during your reception. Or you can wear it strapless, and this one actually has a band that goes around the waist that holds your entire dress up while you're dancing. Next is a fun geometric one. And oh my gosh, I just want to take this necklace from Alara next door. All this cool geometric swirling detail. There's no sparkle, but the lace has its own pretty sheen and really draws your attention to a bunch of different parts of the body. It's really, really comfortable. And it has this pretty low cutout back, which again gives you good support up front and gives you the illusion of a really low back without you having to worry about if you sat down at your wedding or anything like that. Last but not least is one of our newer arrivals and favorites. This dress, this waistband is unbelievable. It has shimmer lace, these details again, bombshell curves. It's really flattering in the bust. And then this train is epic. The inside is also lined in a stretch satin that feels like the best pair of Spanx that you've ever had. So we just love her. And then the triple strap detail is just another fun detail that she has. And she's also beautiful in ivory too. You don't have to only do the off colors. So last but not least, I'm going to show you our fun little friends and assistants today. Starting with Hannah, you already saw. She is wearing one of our favorite new arrivals from Allure. This is a fit to flare gown / sheath. So it doesn't have a lot of structure like a fit to flare, but it also has that beautiful drape of the sheath where it's not too poofy at the bottom, and beautiful detailed straps. And look at that cutout back. And I mean, little buttons going all the way down. The details with this dress is amazing, and it is so, so comfortable. Next, we have the beautiful Sari wearing a dropped waist A-line. This dress is strapless, but again, we can put a beautiful strap with it. It does have a corset built inside the dress, even though it has buttons. Even though it has buttons going down the back to really just fit it beautifully for you. She also has a gorgeous lace veil. And the other cool detail about this dress is this back area is actually kind of sheer. So you still have that really pretty detail with a strapless dress that may be a little more flowy on the bottom. It kind of gives you the best of both worlds where it's fitted, but it also has some poof and drama. And last but not least, we have Kelly, who was our cameraman a minute ago. And Kelly's dress is also kind of a combo of all the best things. So if we look at the top, there is beading on those straps. The bust and the waist up is unlined except for the bra cup area. It has a beautiful A-line tulle skirt over it, that slit that you can see right there. And the underneath of the skirt is a fitted underneath that has all this really cool geometric print. So we're really excited. It's really fun to put on, and it has a really cool deep V in the back. This dress is a little too big, so it's clipped. But also the neat detail about Kelly's dress is if you look a little bit kind of under her arm, those little V's that are under your arm are cut out, to be really cute and show a little bit of skin in a conservative manner. But they are also there to make it so your arms do not get cut up while you are dancing. So great details that we can use for you. So first of all, thank you for watching our fashion show. We look forward to being able to do it with all live models next time. Does anybody have any questions?
You guys look amazing. Oh my gosh. So good to see.
Well, thank you very much. It was very fun to do on this Saturday.
Any cues for Plume? Let's see here. Can we zoom in on lace one more time?
Yes.
Did you guys zoom into lattice lace too? That's so pretty.
Yes, I can. So this is more of a floral petal style lace.
Gosh.
This one is definitely more of a like rosy, tulipy, dahlia kind of lace with lots of neat vines. Kelly's is also really detailed little beaded, delicate flowers, but then you can also see this neat beading on the bust and the cool beading underneath.
Very cool. Oh,
and then
did you talk about like being able to customize like the sheer bodices? Did you talk about that?
Yes. So these sheer bodices, we can either line them or we can leave them sheer.
Good
We
option.
do have the option to change bra cup colors. And we also have the option, you can see with Kelly right now, because we're all pale right now, this little area in the bust is currently in a porcelain color, which is pretty universally flattering, but we can also do it in additional colors like ivory to give you a little more coverage, or a darker color if you have a darker skin tone.
Awesome. Someone just asked, does water stain satin on wedding gowns?
Oh, yes and no. The best way to take care, if you have water on a satin gown, the ones it's going to stain is more so silk satin than regular satin. So a regular satin like this Dove satin right here, if you get a little bit of water and a droplet, you can actually just dab it and it'll dry really nicely and you won't see any spots. However, that very first dress we looked, hello ladies, and coming on over here. So this little guy where it's an actual silk, this one will stain with water droplets. So you're not going to notice it on the hem if you're walking through damp grass or anything like that. But, you know, if you drop a giant glass of champagne, you do want to address it pretty quickly so it doesn't stay there.
Do you guys do preservation?
We do. And it is $250. If you do buy a dress from us, it is only $225. And we do that for dresses that were purchased at Plume or elsewhere. And because of the Bridal Talk, we will be doing all of our preservations for the next few weeks if you mention the Bridal Talk for $225.
Awesome. Sweet. That's great. Oh, someone asked, what are the price points for the Essence of Australia's?
Essence of Australia, for the most part, is between $1,400 and $1,800.
Okay.
There are exceptions to every rule, but
Probably just depends on how much beading, right?
How much beading, the fabrics. The nice thing about all of these dresses and all of these brands, though, is that we do not have any surcharges for plus size dresses. They are all priced the same no matter what size you're getting. So you don't have to worry about looking at a price of a dress and then suddenly you have to pay $200 more because you need it in a size 16, 18, 20, 32, anything like that.
Okay, great. Lindy just asked, as a plus size bride, I'm going to feel like an elephant as I try on dress. Am I going to feel like an elephant as I try on dresses with you guys?
Oh God, no. I am definitely a curvy gal as well, and we work with every body style. The thing that we've learned from every single bride is everybody has something that they're not a huge fan
We all have our thing.
like everybody hates something, and our job is to help you find the most beautiful dress that makes you feel like the very best version of yourself. And we don't care what size you are. If you are more comfortable just bringing your family, we can definitely talk about doing a private appointment or something like that. We want you to be comfortable and to have a great time. And however that looks for you, please just share it with us.
Great. I love that. All right. Anything else, guys? Any other questions? Let's see here. Susan Beth just said curvy brides look amazing. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. And don't worry, if you have no curves at all and you feel like you were built like a 12-year-old boy, we can give you curves too. Yes, Ingrid, we can make Ingrid look curvy.
Yes, you can. Do you have to have an appointment or can you just stop in and browse?
So you are always welcome to stop in and browse. We recommend appointments if you want to actually be able to try on dresses, however, just because we do only have 2 fitting rooms and we only have 1 to 2 employees here most days. So if we're both working with somebody, we wouldn't be able to take you immediately. We always have 3 of us here on Saturdays, and you know, we'll do our best to accommodate everybody, but you're always welcome to browse. And if we have time, we'll try to squeeze you into a few dresses and set up a follow-up appointment. Blah, blah, blah.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for joining. And this was such a great fashion show.
Well, thank you for having us. We look forward to being able to do it with humans in the future.
Right? All right.
All right. Well, thank you for having us. Everyone, enjoy your social distancing and get on those Pinterest boards. We can't wait to see them.
All right. Bye, guys.
See you soon.
All right, guys. We have Alara coming up next. And let me just load them really quick and we'll get that going. Um,
Can you hear us? Hello?
She'll come up on here.
we're back.
Yay! We might be in the show. Hey! So slow.
Going on.
Mm-mm. Let's see yet.
Let's see these comments here.
Can anyone else hear us? Still choppy.
Let's see. We're cutting out. Let's see. Can you guys hear? Is all okay? Yeah, I think it takes Alara, like their device, a little bit to load because it took like a few seconds, and then you guys were perfect the last one. So, oh, there you are. There you are. I think we're good now.
Ingrid, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Did you turn off the same thing as?
We can hear you. Audio good. Great dance moves. Audio good. We're good to go.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yay! Woohoo! All right. So it is Alara Jewelry round 2. This portion of the segment, we are actually going to be talking some really awesome virtual services. Babs is going to kind of go into a little more details to start off with, and then she's going to kind of join in the back for some more fun stuff. So just follow Babs.
Follow me. Hello again. So we've actually done virtual services for our long distance customers for a long time. So this has been a relatively easy transition for us to help you get the things done that you want to get done. So we're completely comfortable with it. So that means only one of us is unfamiliar and we can get you over that hump. And I just have to say at this point that as a brick and mortar retailer, we really, really miss seeing humans in here. And as you've probably noticed from talking to friends via web chat, it does make up for some of it. So we're hoping you find some of this, the kinds of experiences that we're offering, helpful, heartwarming, and keeping you on task. So the first thing I wanted to talk to you about was our e-concierge service. So as a complete happenstance, we've been working on a new website for months. And we've kind of let our old website go fallow a little bit. So we have so much more product we have online. So we were like, okay, now how do we make up for the difference without doing all kinds of double work? Because we're working like busy little beavers to get the new website up and running with all the product, but we don't want to do double work and put product on the old website. So e-concierge is our answer to that. So basically we invite you, for whatever purpose you need to buy jewelry that we have in stock, we invite you to go to our website. And if you're finding something that's close but not quite a cigar, that you can then converse with us on the fly via our web chat website, mail, or text, to kind of help us, because we know our inventory really well, help us get you the thing you're looking for. So you don't have to feel like you're missing out on anything, that you're limited in what you have to do. So there's that version of e-concierge. The other version of e-concierge is you actually set up an appointment on our online scheduler, and you have all the links for that, probably running along the little ticker at the bottom, that you can set an appointment with us, share a little info in advance about what you're looking for, whether it's for your future mother-in-law, it's for a special person that's coming to the wedding, for yourself, for your loved ones. We can like really get you honed in and say, oh, yep, that's what we need. So that is what e-concierge is. So the next thing we wanted to talk about was that we do personal virtual bridal styling for you. So huge thank you to Mackenzie at Plume, who is our neighbor. She allowed us to style some of the beautiful dresses she has over there. You just saw that in the previous segment. And we wanted to talk a little bit about the depth and breadth of ability we have with helping to style you, because the whole thing is you want to walk down the aisle looking together, feeling beautiful, and also feeling confident. And this is an area where women have a little more difficulty. How often do you dress up as much as you would for your very own wedding? And usually, and the proportions of what you are wearing on your body, and you're usually doing something with your hair that you normally don't do, just putting on the same old jewelry that you usually do, the proportions are all off. So I actually have experience doing jewelry styling for runway shows in Europe, in another life, in the past, but this is a skill you don't lose. And Chantel has learned from me, and she also has her very own stylish flair, so she can help you with that. So we will do virtual bridal styling with you. And what that means is you're going to set an appointment with us. We're going to ask for a picture of your dress, preferably with your body in it, maybe from your fitting. And then also any pieces of jewelry that like your aunt really wants you to wear this necklace, or your aunt really wants you to wear this, pair of earrings, or you're striving to find something blue. We want to help you tie everything together so it looks like it was thought out and not ad hoc in any kind of way. So to give you an idea, so you saw some of the things we did. We went pretty simple, mostly just necklaces with Mackenzie's things. But here's a couple dresses. So this is, I want to point out a technical aspect that a lot of brides don't think of. This is a beautiful dress. This is a beautiful necklace. This is way too much space between the drop on the necklace and the plunge of the neckline. Where I'd ideally like to see this necklace be is probably a little beyond the stretch of what I can do with this. The earrings are lovely. So these are just bridally, floral inspired kind of things. If you want to see the right length of necklace for this dress, I have this other necklace, which isn't a bridal necklace, I'll be the first to admit. However, it's the right length. Do you see the difference? We want to have too much, basically bare skin left exposed without something breaking it up. This is something that will enhance you. And the worst thing you can do with your earring necklace combo is do something that's all too close to your face. It literally looks like you're chopping off your head. And none of us want that to happen. It's not a good thing. So here is an example of something that we styled on purpose for correct proportions. This is a super conservative dress in many ways. However, it has a very deep plunge. It has a little bit of the flesh-toned mesh here, but the entire line of this dress is coming to a very sharp V. A Y necklace is the appropriate thing to do. Earrings that don't have too much drop are the appropriate accompaniment. You do not want to have a necklace with a lot of drop and earrings with a lot of drop, because you don't want people looking at you going, why the long face? Because that is exactly what happens. So these are all the kinds of things that we can go through in a personal styling session, and we can do it virtually. And if you go to our online scheduler, this is something that you can schedule. There is no obligation to buy anything. We want to help you work with the jewelry you have. Maybe there's a piece you'll need to buy to tie it all together. But that is the virtual bridal styling that we're offering. So the next thing Miss Chantel is going to give you an example of. This is about a little bit more of a general virtual shopping experience that has to do with what we have in the cases, and it's more about touring you around the store per your needs. All right, Chantel's going to show you how it's done.
So pretty much, because this is honestly how an appointment would kind of go, is we would be kind of saying, hey, virtually. And pretty much what you would do is, say you kind of scrolled around on our website and you're like, oh, I saw a couple pieces by this designer and I really liked it. But like Babs was saying earlier, we do not necessarily have everything on our website. So kind of what you would do is you would kind of give us a little bit of a lowdown of exactly what you're looking for, or, you know, just a little bit of an idea. And we can do a number of things. We can either virtually give you a guided tour through all of our cases around the store. As you can see, we're kind of in our designated pearl section right now. And then if you're wanting to, you know, have a closer peek at a specific item, we can take pictures, we can send you links and measurements. We can also model it for you here at the store if you're looking for that perfect gift for mom, or heck, if you want to do a self-purchase because you're feeling an itch to kind of get something that you want to kind of wear every day or dress up for a party or for your wedding. This is a really great way just to kind of give a virtual guided tour of all of our cases here at the store. And if you see something that you don't necessarily like, oh, I love this, but I would love it in a different metal color. We do custom design work here in-house. So we can actually do a number of things. We can contact the designers who may have created the piece themselves, or if it's something that we designed or something that we can also collaborate with the artist as well. We can also do custom design work, and we can make things just right for exactly what you are looking for. And with that, we are actually going to switch over to Babs again to talk about virtual custom consultations. And we're also going to introduce you to someone very, very special.
Hello again. So, as I said before, I have done long distance virtual, although that's varied over time, obviously with technology, virtual custom design for many, many years. I have customers all over the world. And so everything with us starts with a free 15-minute consultation. So if you have that idea that your needs are probably going to have to be met through custom work, we'll start the 15-minute custom consult, and we can do it virtually. So I want to introduce you to Matt. Matt.
Hi there. I'm the goldsmith here at Alara Jewelry. I look forward to meeting you guys and talking about the jewelry you would like to create, and maybe repurposing some old jewelry and making a new piece out of them. Look forward to meeting you.
Perfect. So we thought it might be fun for y'all to see, how does virtual custom design work? And there's actually a couple different flavors to that. Because we have different ways that we manufacture jewelry here. We have full manufacturing capabilities here. So there's things that are made by hand out of solid metal. There are things that we do CAD work on. There's things that there's basically, once we start to learn more about your project, we know which method we'll use. So for this example, we're going to show you what it's like to do a virtual custom console. So Mike's going to be my customer. And so here he is on Google Hangouts. Hi, Mike.
What's good?
And then I have actually one of my CAD programs open. So I'm going to share this with him. I'm going to share my screen, and this is how it would work for you. That's not what we wanted. We've got an infinite loop going on. Definitely not what we want. What the heck? Okay.
Maybe join Hangout.
Oh,
Oh, there we are.
I'm not in the Hangout. That's the problem. I'm talking all to myself. That's okay. So I'm going to share my screen, my entire screen. And I'm going to switch over to my CAD program. So Mike and I already got some details from him when he scheduled the appointment. And so I went ahead and did a preliminary design. Sometimes this is something we can do. Sometimes we can't. Depends upon how good a communicator the other person is. And as you can see, I'm able to manipulate the ring, show it in absolutely any way you'd like. And so, hey, Mike, how's it going today?
Good. How are you, Babs?
I'm fine. So did I pretty much hit the nail on the head with this, or is there something different you'd like to see?
Yeah, it looks really cool. But I was checking out Stephanie's Pinterest, and I think she likes white gold a little more. You think we can see the band in white gold?
Oh, yes, sir. And so, with the click of a button, Mike now gets to see the ring done in all white. And there are obviously additional things that I can do. I can, let's say he said, oh, I want to see more of that antiquing detail. What is that? And I'd say, that's millgrain. And then with a click of a button, it ends up adding a little bit of millgrain, which I'm hoping this computer that's struggling mightily can actually perform in this moment. So now, as you see, there's a little more detailing involved. And this is something we can go back and forth on. And like I said, there's other methods we use for manufacturing. So sometimes there's other methods we use for communicating, but it all basically comes down to that. And at the end of it, we end up sending you photorealistic renders that show you'll think we actually finished the ring and we were just going, hey, do you actually want this thing now? They look unbelievably realistic. And so when we do, the entire path to custom work always starts with a free 15-minute consultation. We do not work through any tiny details on anything. It's you explaining what it is you're hoping to get and us hopefully providing you with a ballpark figure on price. And then in the 60-minute consultation that you can schedule with us as well, we're actually designing together, or maybe I actually hit the nail on the head the first go around and you're saying, yes, where do I sign on the dotted line? And then we carry on from there. So for some people, a step that happens even before custom work is that they realize that they have a lot of old jewelry, whether grandma left it to you or you've just accumulated a lot of stuff over the years, and you will actually need a professional to look through what you have to figure out what can be repurposed, what has value, and what might need. So Miss Chantel is going to talk to you about our jewelry box review.
Hey guys, how's it going? So you may or may not have heard of a professional jewelry box review before. And essentially what it covers is jewelry in a box that you want to review. That's exactly what it means. So if you've had jewelry sitting in your closet for like the last 5 years, or hand-me-downs that you got from your grandma, or things that you're not sure if they are real jewels or if they're costume jewelry, that is what the professional jewelry box review kind of goes towards. So pretty much we kind of take a look at items and we're like, oh yeah, this here looks like some of the stones got kind of passed down through the generations. And say you just have this piece of blank metal of a ring left. This isn't nothing. You can actually treat this as cash towards a like a custom design appointment, or you can go shopping around the store. Heck, if you're like, oh man, I would actually really prefer just having a check written out to my name for this, this is actually something that you can do, which is really awesome. We don't think about it very much, but that jewelry that is sitting in that box that you haven't looked at for years is actually something that is monetarily valuable, and something that you may be able to reset those stones and do a custom appointment with either Babs or Matt, and you can actually repurpose those jewels in something that you will wear every day. It's a really great way to just kind of check that off of your checklist and your bucket list of things to do. And we're all essentially at home right now, so now is not a bad time to kind of sift through your jewelry box and see what you have worn in the last few years, what you purchased 10 years ago and you just never have worn, and you want to repurpose that. The professional jewelry box review is fantastic with that. And say you do find something that you're like, oh my gosh, I've had this for years and I actually have never had it insured, and it's your great grandma's diamond engagement ring that she passed down to you. We do in-house jewelry appraisals. Babs is a certified GIA gemologist. She's a graduate gemologist, so she can actually do the appraisals here in-house. Nothing gets shipped anywhere. It all stays under this roof. So that is something that is a really great aspect of also doing a jewelry box review, is to find out if you do indeed need to insure your jewels.
And I think that concludes everything we're doing.
And then we'll just kind of touch base again. The end of the last segment, we mentioned that we're doing a virtual giveaway on our Instagram page. So all you have to do is go onto our Instagram page, look at the most recent post, and you just have to follow us, like the post, and comment giveaway you would like to win. We're doing a $100 gift card giveaway towards wedding bands, and we are also doing a virtual custom consultation giveaway that's a value of $150.
And say why you want the one that you want.
Yes, definitely tell us which one you want and why. That is key in being in the drawing for sure.
We're experts. We're fun. If you've never been in, we are more than happy to prove both of those to you.
So we have a good time.
So
any questions for us, Ingrid?
Let me double check. You guys are awesome. I love that you can customize those rings. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. I think you guys covered everything.
Sweet.
So definitely, again, go to alarajewelry.com/bridal talk. It will kind of cover everything we've talked about in both this part 2 segment of the virtual bridal fair and the first segment. And also just go on our website.
Go on our website and you'll see links. We have an online scheduler to schedule any of our virtual appointments. And we look forward to seeing you.
Yes.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
That was amazing. Okay, so next up we have Whiskey and Wed. So girls, grab your guys right now and sit them down, because it's going to be a really entertaining and interesting conversation. We have Lex Moy and John Kamerman, my husband, and they're going to talk to you guys a little bit. So let's get them on here. Hey guys. Oh. Okay, so you guys have to unmute your mic. It says that you haven't connected your microphone. Oh, I hear you.
Are we good?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Awesome. Okay.
You guys have the floor.
What's that?
You guys have the floor. Go ahead.
Awesome. So I'm John Kamerman. I also am part of JHK Customs, and I second shoot for my lovely wife, which is heading up this entire thing here. And just wanted to thank you so much, honey, for putting on this whole thing and allowing us all to get together and talk about what we do and just share everything with all these wonderful people.
Hi there, I'm Lex. I'm with Tailored and Tied, and we're actually sitting in our showroom here in Manhattan. Ingrid, thank you for putting this on. Like John said, this is we've been tuning in with the good conversations, checking out all the vendors, and this is such a special event, being that we can't be live and we can't be downtown. So thanks again for having us, and thanks for such a awesome live feed.
Yeah. So with Whiskey and Wed, our big goal here is to allow guys to have a creative space in their wedding day. So for instance, like on Ingrid and I's wedding day, like I really didn't I picked out my suit and stuff, but like really didn't have like an avenue or know where to go for things that guys and grooms can do. So our big goal is to give guys a creative space and an outlet, somewhere to go. If they can come to us, we give them ideas and things that they can do on their wedding day, even with their bachelor party, and just give them that outlet.
Yeah, we're basically like, we started Whiskey and Wed as a group, as a network, and basically as a company to provide men with a cool space, a creative and inspiring space where they could get information, they could share information, they could elaborate on their ideas, and basically inspire them to scale up or scale down these ideas that they might have and be able to execute that to the proper level that they might have envisioned. So think man cave or a guy's den where we can throw ideas around and basically consult and help guys and grooms to execute what they might think is a big dream, to make this moment a real special and meaningful occasion.
Yeah, exactly. There is so much more out there. Like after I've gotten into the wedding industry, like shooting weddings with Ingrid and stuff, like I realized there's so many more things out there that guys can be doing on their wedding day that can make it that much more special for them. And we're basically just here to help them with that.
With Tailored and Tied, we notice there's certain areas of our rental business, such as the beer truck, that gets a lot of traction, and a lot of guys are like, oh, well, you can do whatever and we'll just have the beer truck. And there's many more aspects and sections of a wedding and a life celebration that's this big that guys can really be excited for, down to the details and the groomsmen's gifts and other little aspects of wedding that they might choose not to be so connected with. So hopefully we could create a platform where they are really empowered to take on that leadership and make decisions and get excited for certain details of this big event.
Yeah, exactly.
So you want to talk about our
giveaway?
Yeah,
you start.
So in light of all this, we want to be able to have a giveaway for our grooms, fiancés, and maybe grooms to be, opportunity to meet with us, have us talk to them, and create this design concept of a groomsman's gift type of design scope.
Yeah, and if you guys want to be eligible for that, we're going to do a post as soon as we're done here, and it'll be open for an entire week. So next week, Saturday, we'll announce the winner. But if you guys just get on to our page, Whiskey and Wed, and like and subscribe, or like the post and subscribe to our page, and then share that post that we do today, you'll be eligible for that. We'll be releasing a few packages this week that will be part of that.
So we want to open this up for any kind of questions you guys might have, or
any questions?
Oh, will you just shut off your phone? Oh my gosh. Okay.
You there?
Yeah. Oh, I love that. That's awesome, guys. Thank you. Brides, do you have any questions before I roll into a Bozeman Spirits giveaway. Everybody's laughing at you guys. That your phone rang. Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, thank you guys so much for hopping on. That was some really great information, and I think that everybody's going to really enjoy this giveaway. So be sure to, was it follow Whiskey and Wed and find that giveaway there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to add, guys?
No, thanks for having us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you guys. All right, I'll see you guys soon.
Sounds good.
Bye. All right, guys. So before we go to Karen's Floral Artistry, which they're going to do a live demo, I see them getting ready right now in the private chat right now, which is, I see some really pretty things. We're going to do a quick little giveaway. Let me find the little card here. All right, so to win this giveaway, drinks are on me. Once quarantine is over, obviously. I'm giving you guys a $25 gift card to Bozeman Spirits. It is one of my favorites. You guys, they are so good. Be sure to like and share this video with all of your friends and family, and tell me your favorite cocktail down in the comments. I basically love anything from Bozeman Spirits, so I don't really have a favorite. But yeah, let me know your favorite cocktail in the comments, like and share this video, and you can be entered to win a $25 gift card to Bozeman Spirits. If you guys are from out of town, be sure to still enter, because you can always order their bottles online as well. So you can use that gift card to order online. We're gonna jump over to Karen's Floral Artistry in about a minute here, so stay tuned. All right, these drinks are sounding amazing, guys. So be sure to enter that giveaway. I'm going to announce the winner at the end of the day. So you have some time to watch the replay. Be sure to like and share this video, and let me know down in the comments. So for now, we're going to jump over to Karen's Floral Artistry. Let me grab them. Hello, guys.
Hi. Hello.
Things are looking beautiful in here.
Thank you. We're in Karen's Floral Artistry. Obviously, I do flowers. I do wedding flowers and event flowers, and I'm gonna put together a bouquet while my daughter / assistant Crystal is talking about flowers. business, so my other dog is behind the camera. So just sit back and enjoy the pretty colors. I'm just going to put something fun together. Some gold here. And I'm going to do bright and sunny because we all need a little bit of brightness right now in our lives that are disrupted.
So why bouquet eye is just about some tips on when you're thinking about the things for your floral needs for your wedding. I was a bride about 3 years ago, and I remember thinking about flowers, even though my mom is a florist. It was just so overwhelming to think about all the different things. Ingrid, do you have some pictures that you're going to post for us?
Yes, let me grab those. Do you want me to roll them through while you're talking?
Yeah, so if you just want to roll some of them, talk about a couple of them.
Sweet. Let me get on that. You just go ahead.
Okay, so I think the first thing we're going to talk about is arches. So like when you are choosing an arch for your ceremony, what do you really want to think about as a bride? So the first thing to think about is that there really are endless options as a bride for arches, and to not just settle with what your venue is offering you. So a lot of the times you can rent arches from other party rental companies, or you can ask the florist what she has to offer, if she knows anybody who has something.
And I love creating.
What? I don't know what you're...
Oh, it's Chris's arch.
Oh, Chris's arch. Oh, sorry. I don't see it. We were trying to see if we could see the pictures, but Patty's gonna have to tell us what arch is. So the arch that you're seeing here now, this is an arch that we did at a wedding in September of last year.
Tailored and tied.
Tailored and tied. There we go. And it was a really simple triangle arch, but it offered a really, really good backdrop. And that's just an example that you see there of like how you could, there's so many different ways to decorate an arch, which takes us right into remembering that is in the majority of your wedding photos. Place where you're get to take pictures in front of the arch, and you'll have so many pictures from your ceremony in front of the arch. So don't be afraid to spend a little bit more money on your arch when you're thinking to spend money on your ceremony. It is a huge part of your wedding photos and your all the different areas of your wedding. And a lot of the times we find different ways to repurpose your arch. So there are a lot of different ways to repurpose your arch to be used during your reception, maybe putting it somewhere else for your guests as a photo backdrop. There's a lot of different ways to decorate the ceremony site. You could do all sorts of different size vases, and all this. The ceremony site could really just be whatever you dream of. And you could do that. What you're seeing there is pictures of some vases that lined the aisle. The next thing that we kind of wanted to talk about, especially since Karen here is designing a bouquet, is bridal bouquets. She can create anything your heart desires. She has a plethora of images that you will be able to look through. She's done some destination weddings where they're tropical, whimsical, gardeny. What you're seeing here would be very bright and beautiful. How would you describe this, Mom? Bright, spring, summer filled.
Haley's bouquet.
Yep. So the bouquet that you saw right there, that was from a destination wedding beach in California. So it was a very tropical Hawaiian theme. So truly anything your heart desires, she can do in a bouquet. One of the tips we wanted to offer you is a lot of brides go to make their mood boards or their Pinterest boards or things like that. Realize that a lot of the bouquets have been photoshopped. So yes, it is so important to bring pictures with you, but not to be stuck on like that's exactly what you want it to look like, because a lot of those bouquets are photoshopped to look very specific and very certain ways.
There's Chris's bouquet.
Who's Chris's bouquet?
Yeah.
So that brings us into talking about your bridal party flowers. So this is where you really get to have some fun. Little girls absolutely love to wear flower crowns.
That's one of the things that we see the most. That's a trend that we've seen a lot in the last couple of years. Gowns for little girls, to your flower girl or bridesmaids. Another thing we've done that's really common is a flower ball. So what do you call that? A pomander?
Pomander.
A pomander. I'm not as good with the vocabulary as she is. So there's a lot of different things that you could do with the bridal party to really have fun with the flowers, especially little flower girls. Probably love the flowers more than anybody, I think. Yep, so you'll see there's a little flower crown.
With seashells in it because it was at the beach.
It was the beach wedding. And then you will see here on our ticker there that we are giving a free bridesmaids bouquet away when you book when you mention Bridal Talk, when you book your full package with Karen. So you will get a free bridesmaids bouquet. And that just kind of leads us right into talking about the bridesmaids bouquet. So a lot of the suggestions that Karen offers for that is they really should go two ways. You either want them to be very similar to the bride's bouquet with like really subtle differences, or you want your bridesmaids bouquets to have a high contrast, so to be very different from the bride's bouquet. It just depends on how much you want your bridal bouquet to stand out in all of the pictures. And bridesmaids bouquets tend to be not very small, but much smaller than the bride's bouquet, unless you have a different preference. If you want everyone wear nice big bouquet of flowers, then of course that's what we would do. But most of the time the brides are smaller and they are different, majorly different or just subtly different. And the last thing that we have for some tips and tricks before we show you, are you getting close? Yeah. The last thing we have is we wanted to talk about some tips and tricks for when you are planning your reception as far as florals go. So a lot of the times people kind of forget that when they're making their guest list, the larger your guest list, the more tables you have, and the more tables that you have, the more floral arrangements that you have on your tables, more centerpieces. So that's where a lot of the cost gets fairly expensive, added up. And so we just like to try to offer that reminder that the more tables you have at your reception, the more cost you are assuming when it comes to florals. And one of the things that we've seen a lot over the last few years here at Karen's Floral Artistry is brides saying that they're just going to go for a garland, and they're going to do long tables, and they just want a green garland down the center, and they just want greens. Well, a lot of the times brides doing garlands and those kind of green arrangements, they cost just as much, if not more, than having floral centerpieces. So if you think that it's a cost saving thing, don't just add instead of a floral, we're gonna go for heart desire. So it looks like she's getting up. Here at Karen's Floral Artistry, we pride ourselves at making sure that we can offer you are looking for as a bride within your budget. So Karen is really great at making sure
working with your budget. I mean, with that I can to stay within your budget, but realize that if you're wanting a great big bouquets or peonies or all roses or whatever, you're not going to get it for a bargain basement cheap. I'm not a cheap florist.
One of the ways that she does that is she definitely has the education background to be able to recommend if you like this flower, but this is a very expensive flower, you want to try this flower instead that looks very similar but is not a very expensive stem. So there's a lot of different ways to make sure we work within your budget. And we just want to make sure that you book a consultation with us if you're interested, if you're curious, if you have any questions. All of our consultations are free. Right now,
in this time. We are doing virtual consults, so Google Meets, Zoom, Google Hangouts, however you guys want to do it. We are willing to meet you any way that we can virtually and kind of discuss your needs and what you want. Are there any questions out there about what we're talking about or anything floral related?
Yes. Oh my gosh, I am loving this bouquet, by the way. This is stunning.
I just want to take a quick minute and show you a kind of different centerpiece that would go with.
Oh, that is so pretty.
Very simple, bright. This would look great on any kind of table or, you know, whatever. This is just going to somebody here in Belgrade today, but.
So just an example of what you can get.
Oh, so cool. I have a question. Dana asked, what are your price ranges? Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
We didn't catch that.
Oh.
What was that?
So Dana just asked, what are your price ranges? Do you want to go over that a little bit?
Price ranges are so hard because if you're going to do an all daisy bouquet,
Yeah.
A lot different than something like this. Most bridal bouquets are not going to be any less. I don't want to say less than 200, but they can be. I can do a bridal bouquet for 125, depending on the flowers and the style. Most bridal bouquets average 225 and up.
How much was this bridal bouquet?
Here, I have no idea what I put into it. This would probably be about approximately we're going to be able to get, except for in April. These poppies right here. They're I can only get them in April, and this Baronia right bright print get me. Send me whatever they had. It was a surprise package. I had no idea. This is what they sent me. And then as far as like bridesmaids bouquets, those usually can start around 95, sometimes even 75, depending. You know, if you're just doing a single sunflower, some even less than that. Average starting point would be 55. Again, all depending, but then it goes up. I mean, you can have a centerpiece for $350 if that's what you want also. Figure for like archways, you can figure $250 on up just for like a arch or gazebo design. Usually the one thing is flowers they're expensive, and taking care of them and designing them, it's expensive. It used to be average around 10% of your floral budget. Right around now, it's around 15% of your total floral budget.
15%. For 15% of your total wedding budget
Wedding
should go
budget, not
to
floral
your
budget.
floral budget.
Sorry. So any other questions? Did I answer your question?
Any other questions? What? Nothing's happening. I don't know. Are you looking for something to put it in?
It was.
Can you see her? Oh. What?
Grab a dollar store basement.
Oh, can you hear me?
Dollar.
Oh,
Short one.
There. Can you guys hear me?
Ingrid, can you hear us yet?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Did
So
we
we have one more
answer that
question, guys.
One more question.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kelsey asked, I'm looking to have mostly all greenery and just hints of white. Do you have a lot of options for mostly greenery?
Oh, definitely. There's so many different types of greenery that it's unbelievable. You can do some basic inexpensive ones and then put in some more expensive ones in there. I mean, it's amazing how much greenery is out there.
Yeah, there's just so many beautiful options for sure.
There is, and the textures are what's so much fun to play with greenery.
Yeah.
In this bouquet, there's like 5 different types of greenery, and it looks so beautiful before we even put anything in it. And it's even got some little Brazilian berries in here. And then as far as white flowers, that's perfect. They're beautiful. And there's lots of different options for white flowers.
It's amazing. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yes,
thank you.
Please don't forget to mention Bridal Talk when we have a consult. And if you go ahead and book with us, you get a free bridesmaids bouquet. So we look forward to hearing from you guys. You can contact us through Facebook, Instagram, email, phone calls.
All of it.
All the things.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Next up, we have Sarah Notarius, the legend for sure. Let me pull her up really quick. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Us.
Yes. Thank you for hosting this. This is really, really fun. And I'm getting a lot of feedback that people are having a blast today. So that's awesome.
That's what I wanted for sure. That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just going to get started. I'm Sarah, and I am the owner of Notarius Photography. I've been shooting weddings for about 9 years now. And the first thing that I want to say is I know that there are a lot of crazy things going on in the world right now. For those of you who are getting married this year, I know that it's meaning a lot of different changes. I know that it's been really threatening the excitement and anticipation, because a lot of you don't know whether you can get married this year or what that's going to look like. And first of all, I want to say that I have been really thinking about this a lot and just been hurting really deeply for you guys, because I know that this is supposed to be the best of your lives, the time that you looked forward to, sometimes for years, and so much planning goes into it and so much excitement. And it's really hard. But I also want to say that there really is something to the fact that in every storm, there's something beautiful to be found. And I know that at the end of the day, you're going to get married and you're going to marry the love of your life, and it will be amazing because of that fact alone. And all the rest of it, it's wonderful, but it's just extra. The best part of it is that you get to marry the person that you chose and your very best friend. So I want to kind of address the fact that there are a lot of unexpected things that can come up on wedding days, or that we can get a little bit worried about happening on our wedding day. So the big one that I am sort of passionate about is weather. And I know that there are all different types. Yes.
Will you let me know when you want me to start your photos? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And so weather is a big one that I know that a lot of couples worry about. They worry about how that's going to affect and change their plans. And so something that I tell all of my couples, and that I truly believe, because I've seen it over and over, is that the weather on your wedding day is exactly the way that it's meant to be. And it's going to be perfect for who you are, for your day, for your event, for your friends and family, and that you can have confidence in that. And that there really is something beautiful in every different kind of weather. And so I recommend to people, like, if you haven't planned your official date yet, or you're thinking about moving your date because of the COVID-19, and you're thinking, well, these are the only dates that are open, what is that going to look like in terms of weather? I encourage you to just pick a date that works well for you guys, that works with your current vendors or the vendors that you're looking at, and that works well for your families, and then just go for it and just be excited and anticipate what that looks like for you and what the opportunities are. In that the weather could be any number of things in Montana, and there's really no time of year that you're guaranteed a certain kind of weather. We have had snow, I think, every month out of the year except for maybe one in Montana. it might be rain, it might be wind, it might be sun. So don't base your day and your expectations on a certain kind of weather, or even your month or your date on a certain kind of weather. So I just want to show you some examples of that, because if I can do anything today, I would love to reassure you and give you one less thing to worry about in this crazy world that we're living in with what it looks like to plan your wedding, and just show you that weather is amazing and that there's just so much beauty in all of it. So Ingrid, if you wouldn't mind just pulling up that first picture. There we go. So this wedding day was super fun. I mean, if you ask the couple, they'll just be like, we had every different kind of weather. We had some rain, we had some sun for a little while, and then we had a little bit of snow here and there. And then at the end of the night, it was about time for the reception. Everybody was inside and eating dinner. And then it just started snowing these giant snowflakes. And I freaked out because weather craziness is kind of my thing. And I just said, hey guys, we have to go outside. Like, this is so unique to have, you know, this fall wedding with these huge snowflakes. It's so magical outside. And this is a part of your day that we have to capture. So we were able to go outside, run around in the snow, piggyback rides, and snowflakes on their tongues, and just all the things that we could do to celebrate the fact that they got this gorgeous snow. And we got these amazing pictures that are so magical and just capture the fact that this is what happened on their wedding day, and this was unique to their story. And I love it. So you can go to the next one. So these two, they had their first look. It started raining. And when I look at this picture, I just get really happy because they didn't worry about it. They didn't worry about getting muddy or her hair getting wet or his tux getting wet. They just went under the umbrella and just embraced and celebrated their love, and that this was their day, this was their story, and that none of the rest of it mattered. And I love that we can look at this now and not only see the joy that they felt and the love that they have for each other, but we can also see aspects of what their wedding day was like, because we see his wet suit and just a little bit of the wet in her hair and the raindrops. So just another example. All right, so this wedding was amazing too. I mean, it was kind of windy throughout the day, cloudy, just super dynamic day in terms of weather. And then at the end of the night, the storm rolled in pretty hard, and we got these crazy contrasting skies, blue and yellow, and we had rainbows twice throughout that night, and we ran around in the rain. And again, it was something that it's so unique to their day. They could have just had a blue sky and a normal sunset, but instead they have these dynamic, dramatic skies and just these amazing rainbows. And it's just so special that when they look back on their day, they get to remember that this is our unique story, and this is how our wedding day went, and this is what it looked like when we said I do and committed to each other forever. Okay, there you go. All right, so this wedding, this bride, oh, I love her. She planned this beautiful October 13th wedding, and up in the mountains, was planning on fall colors and was super excited about that. And of course, we had an early winter storm, well, fall storm, that sometimes happens in Montana. And it was, I mean, crazy. There was a ton of wind. It was very cold, lots of snow. And I went up to the venue and went to see the bride. And she looked at me and I was like, do you realize how amazing this is right now? Like, I know this isn't what you planned, but look outside. Like, it's a winter wonderland. It's like so magical. Like, you can't plan for this. Like, brides can want this look, but they can't just decide to have it happen. Like, only certain brides get this look. And she's like, yeah, you know what? When I woke up this morning, I cried because this was not my plan. But she's like, I remembered that you love this kind of thing, and I knew it was going to be okay. And what was really cool too is, yes, they didn't get to have their ceremony outside like they planned, but they did have a big tent for the reception anyway. And they pulled everybody underneath the tent There was straw on the ground, big heaters, people had hot drinks, they had hand warmers and blankets, and it was still so cozy and beautiful. And then all of their outdoor images just looked like this magical fairy tale. And she, like when she talks about her wedding now, she just says that she wouldn't change it. She wouldn't have anything be different than it was. So go to the next one. All right, so I know this isn't a wedding image, but I wanted to share it because it's an example of when you have just pouring rain. So this mother and daughter, they came from out of state and they wanted photos. And the only date that they could do was this certain day. And then they were heading back. And on that day, it happened to rain all day long. And that's not normal. Like usually we get some rain and it'll stop, but it literally just poured rain all day. And I was like, well, this is what I love. Like it pushes me to be creative and to step outside the box and to say, how can we show the beauty of this moment in a unique way, because we're in a unique situation. So it was really fun. We went out and we were able to get these images that I just feel like are, excuse me, again, just really unique and magical. And these are all just raindrops that you see here. So I just was able to light up the raindrops, and this is this moment that they had, and they were just enjoying it together, leaning down in the rain and giving each other kisses. And then at the end of the shoot, we let the sweet little girl jump in the mud puddles and got some really, really cute images of her doing that. So it was just another example of how you don't have to worry no matter what the weather looks like. You can look at it as a unique opportunity to create something that is totally different and that will speak to you in a totally different way. And like, it's amazing. It's amazing to have that kind of an image that is totally different than what everybody else has. All right, so this one I put in here just because this bridal party was so fun and embraced the fact that it was rainy that day. It was snowing here and there. It was cold. I just said, you know what, we're going to go outside. We're going to do bridal party images. Like your dresses are going to get a little bit dirty. It's going to be a little bit cold, but we're going to have a blast. And so we went out, they embraced it, and we got these giant snowflakes, and they just had so much fun. And now that they have these images, it's like they have something again that shows the uniqueness of what their wedding day looked like. And I don't know about you, but I don't see a ton of images where you have a bridal party and you have big snowflakes. It's not something that you can plan for. It's something that just happens that I feel like is just an extra bonus gift to people. And so just embracing it, embracing your dress getting dirty and your hair getting a little bit wet, those things can be fixed. And getting an image like this where you're just enjoying your day and the beauty of what you were surrounded by is priceless. All right, so this couple, so sweet. They eloped just a couple months ago, actually. And Paradise Valley is so beautiful, but it can also be very windy. And I just wanted to show this as an example of what can happen when you have wind. I know that wind seems like, oh, it's not ideal. My hair is going to blow around, like things are going to blow over, all of that. But these two just said, you know what? We trust you 100%. Wherever you want us to go, we're going to go. And whatever you want us to do, we're going to do. And so I had them out in the deep snow. And as you can see, this pattern that the wind created, because it was just blowing that snow so hard and so cold across the ground, but it created this like, I don't even know, like this effect that I couldn't even make up if I wanted to. Like I couldn't Photoshop that. I can't give that to a couple who doesn't have this kind of a situation on their wedding day. This is something that happened uniquely for them, that they fully embraced, that they had so much fun in, and now they have images like this that are different than everyone else's, that tell their story and show really what's kind of fun is that they can weather any storm together starting from day one. All right, so I wanted to show this image just as an example again, where it rained a lot through their day, kind of sunshine here and there. But what's fun about rain is that it creates skies and a lot of times like epic sunsets that you don't get otherwise, like colors that you don't get, patterns that you don't get, because of the storm. And this is just another example of that, where they had like these crazy colors, and like it was still raining behind them in the colors because it rained on their wedding day. And again, it's just another thing that you could have a blue sky day, but then you won't get a sunset like this at the end of it. So it just encourage you again that rain produces some really cool things that you wouldn't have on a sunny day. So this photo, these people were awesome too. This wedding was in April, and I've done weddings where it's been like perfect weather in April, and then weddings like this where it rains. And it rained mostly throughout the day, but I bring along a lot of clear umbrellas for occasions like this. And I just said, you guys are game, let's go out and let's just take all our pictures outside. So we were able to take pictures under umbrellas. We did all their family pictures under umbrellas. And I just think it created something that was so cute and so beautiful. And you can still see the dynamic of the mountains in the background. And just, yeah, it created something that was totally different. And all of their pictures are very different and unique because their day was different and unique just for them. This wedding cracked me up because they got married in the fall, and they all came from Hawaii, and most of their guests and family members came from Hawaii. So of course, in typical Montana fashion, we had to get some snow for them. So a lot of the people there had never even seen snow before, and it was cold. The bride, she was such a trooper all day. But again, it was amazing because they were able to show what Montana is like and how it's different, it's dynamic. We got some super fun photos of their bridal party just hanging out in the snow, all of them with their tongues out catching snowflakes. And we got images like this that, again, I love snow like this. I love when you can light up snow. It's so magical, it's so beautiful, and it's just so different. All right, so this is the last photo that I want to show you guys. And just to reiterate that your wedding day is going to be so unique and so special and so wonderful no matter what, no matter if it's 5 people because we're in a pandemic, or it's 250 people, whether it's blue skies or it's raining. The beauty of your wedding day is going to come from the commitment that you're making to each other. And the fact that no matter what happens, it's a story that you two have that's all your own for the rest of your lives, and that you get to pass on to your children and to your grandchildren. And it's the start of everything. And the moments that I shared with this couple on their wedding day, I honestly will never forget. It was a beautiful day. It was sunny actually during the day. Then the storm did roll in, and we got this rainbow in the sky. We got all sorts of crazy weather, actually. First, we went out for sunset photos, and this is one of my favorite things. I always steal my couples at sunset for photos because I love golden light and I love sunsets, and it's just a really special time to steal away from your guests for a little while and just kind of reconnect, and just it's sort of almost your first alone time that you get after you get married, plus me. But anyway, so we went out, we were doing sunset photos, and there's this huge dark cloud like above our heads, and there was thunder and rain coming out of this cloud. And so we ducked down into the grass, but then off in the distance, the sun was setting. And so since it was so low, it was shining across the grass directly onto us. So even though we were covered overhead with this huge dark cloud, we were hearing this loud thunder and the rain was falling on us, we also had the sun shining on us. And these two just, instead of being worried about it or thinking about her hair or her dress or anything, they just took in the moment. And as they got down into the grass together, they faced each other and they just held hands and they just started talking. And I got some photos that I absolutely love of just those intimate moments of them, the lights shining on them, but you can tell that it's kind of raining on their heads. And it was just something like the power of the scenery and the storm and their love and being in that moment with them that I will never forget. And after that kind of lifted, then we got this huge rainbow in the sky, and they danced around in the rain under the rainbow. And then we ran across over this other side of the venue, and this is where this photo is taken. And the clouds just did this crazy thing that, again, I've never seen before, and kind of had these rainbow colors in them, and they were like shooting up, and it just, and they were soaking wet, and I was soaking wet, and we just were so happy, and it was so beautiful, and just so amazing to be part of with them. And we have that forever, and they have that forever, and they have that as their story. And so just kind of to sum it up again, just be excited. Be excited about your day. Like, don't worry about weather or really any of the different things that can affect your wedding day. At the end of the day, as long as you're getting married to the love of your life, just take everything else as a part of the story. And it truly will be something that you look at every little thing that happens and you just say, you know what? It's a unique part of our story. I can laugh about that. It's just a unique part of our story. There's this priest that once said, if it's funny now, then or if it's funny later, it's funny now. So if it's something that you can look back and laugh at later, then you should be able to laugh about it in the moment, because if we just embrace the moment, we embrace the hair getting wet, we embrace the dress getting dirty, we embrace whatever the weather looks like. We even embrace the things that are hard. Right now, things are hard and things are changing and things are different, but that doesn't mean that they have to be any less beautiful. You can find beauty in this storm, I promise. And if you can do that, then you're just going to be that much happier. And that's really my heart for you, is no matter what, I want you to just feel less stressed. I want this to be a time that is exciting for you. I want you to anticipate your wedding with joy and not have anything get in the way of that. So yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to share.
Oh my gosh, Sarah, you're amazing. Thank you. I got emotional. Like, you should embrace everything, and it's just crazy. Your photos are blessed. Like, they're what you create out of storms is just, it's art. It's amazing. So
you're gonna make me cry.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. You're amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Everybody is showing so much support for you and your images, and yeah, I'm excited for you to read those comments, because we were all just dying over them.
Oh, thank you. And you'll kind of see at the ticket at the bottom, if you have any questions, if you want to email me through my website, you can ask me a question, you can inquire. Honestly, I don't care if you are planning your wedding in 2 years. I don't care if you have everything lined up, if you have your photographer, any of that. If you have any questions about anything wedding related, I'm kind of like a closet wedding planner. I love all things wedding. So if you want to know about vendor recommendations, or if you want to see more galleries of different weddings and different weather scenarios, and you just want encouragement, if you just want to say hi, I would love to hear from you, and I'm here to help. I'm happy to help. So if you send me any kind of message through my website in the next 24 hours, you're going to be entered to win a free engagement shoot. And I'm super excited about that.
For you.
Yeah, so feel free to email me, and I look forward to talking with you guys.
Oh, thank you so much, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right, guys. So I'm going to collect myself a little bit. That was amazing. And we're going to have our counselor hop on in just a few minutes. I'm going to post an amazing giveaway from Farmer's Daughters Cafe. You guys definitely want to enter into this. Let me find it really quick. So they are going to be giving away brunch for 4, which is incredible. All you have to do is like this video. You must be following Farmer's Daughters Cafe on Instagram, and that's it. We're going to decide on the giveaway winner in 24 hours. And yeah, good luck, guys. We're going to have Lisa strike in just a minute here. I'm going to give it 1 to 2 minutes. All right, let's get. Hello.
Hi. You can see me. You can hear me.
You like. Yeah.
Oh, you froze for me. Am I frozen?
Oh, are you there?
I am here.
Yeah, I think we're all good
now we're good. Okay.
Thank you so
Oh no, you're freezing again. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, I think we just got to give it a. Yeah, I
Okay.
can hear you.
It seems like whenever you bring someone on, it takes a little bit to kind of smooth out, maybe.
Just kind of get it all.
Just get in the groove. Just get in the groove. Okay. That seems a little bit better.
So tell me all that good stuff.
Oh no, I can't even hear you. Okay, I'll tell you about myself.
Okay.
My name is Lisa Strike, and I'm a counselor here in Bozeman, and I have a private practice. My practice, I've really gotten into working with relationships. A lot of the relationships I work with are parent-to-child relationships, or of course, couples relationships for sure. And I work from an attachment basis. And attachment is all designed around the power of relationship and how essential having a solid relationship in our life is to our well-being, our feeling of safety, and all of that. And I was invited on here to talk about how to handle stress on the wedding day in upcoming world. And I think also it seems important to acknowledge like our current state of events, and that there may be a lot of different stressors that we're having right now. And I think Sarah did such a beautiful job of segueing into all of this, and just an incredible job of just also talking about like pivoting with the storm and just making the most of it and just embracing that wedding day. So Sarah, I was just so moved by your talk as well. I was over here getting all my emos going on. But the first thing I want to do about stress is I want to normalize it. It is when we look at the research of all of the major life stressors that happen in our life, getting married is always in the top 10 to 20%, depending on how detailed out they rank those top stressors. Usually the only things that beat out of the stress of a wedding is a loss or an abandonment, somewhere that falls in that category, death or divorce, something like that. So acknowledging that even though it's the most powerful day of your life, that it can also be extremely stressful. And then just if you are feeling stressed, you're human and you're adjusting to a change in your environment. That's exactly what's going on. What happens when we feel stressed is our body is sensing a danger, and a danger doesn't have to mean something that is truly dangerous to us. It can just mean something that is unfamiliar too. What stress during your wedding time does not mean, it does not mean that you're not a good fit for your groom. It does not mean that you're not ready to be married, that you're not ready to engage in the next step of life. What stress means is that you're adjusting to your environment. So I think it's really just important that we just normalize that that's going to happen, that we prepare for it, and that we anticipate it. And then we can have a little bit better coping skills for it. One of the things that I think is important is to maybe understand what stress does to the brain and the body. When we are in a stress state, what happens is our prefrontal cortex, which is right up here in the front of our head, that runs our executive functioning, our decision making, our ability to be safe and social, our collaboration, teamwork, all of the things that actually make us human, that make us different than animals, lives in our prefrontal cortex. When our body senses stress or senses a danger, what it does is it kicks that prefrontal cortex offline, and it puts us right into our limbic system or our hindbrain. But our limbic system is that flight or fight system. It puts us into a sympathetic nervous system. So what it does is it engages us into protection, into survival mode, right? Because we are animals, and we still have those functions in our brain. So it's just important to understand that when we are in a flight or fight place, we are not in a really engaged place to make decisions, to be collaborative, to feel safe, social, and engaged. At the same time, when we talk about chronic stress over a long time, it can actually start to deteriorate our prefrontal cortex. It can, what happens the more often we get triggered into stress, the faster we get triggered into stress and the longer it takes for that prefrontal cortex to come back online, to calm ourselves, to slow down our heart rate, to re-engage our digestive systems, things like that. And so I wanted to normalize it. Then I wanted to educate you guys a little bit on what stress is. But the last thing I want to do is I want to empower you with some tips so that you feel like you can have a handle on stress. I think it is important to acknowledge that you're probably going to feel some stress either coming up into your wedding or on your wedding date. That's okay. One of the things you can do is beforehand, set an intention for your wedding date. Set an intention with your spouse or your upcoming spouse. And what that intention can be something like family or fun or centered around a spirituality, centered around God. It can be maybe just keeping the intention on intimacy and that you want to have these intimate moments together. And what that's going to do is that's going to kind of give you a lighthouse in the storm. It's going to kind of give you something to keep referencing back to, and it's going to help if you and your future spouse have really connected around this intention. It's going to help give you guys that common reference point to keep coming back to as you're making decisions, as things are coming up, and as you just move through the rigmarole of all the things that are going to come up with your wedding. Another thing that's really important to do is to ask for help. Ask for help upcoming, ask for help on the day, and this help from your bridal party, from a family member that's close to you, from some of your wedding planners or some of the people that are engaged in your wedding party. It is okay to ask for help. I've been watching this live feed for off and on for a couple hours, and it just seems like every wedding vendor that has been on here has just had such a heart for what they do and just been so passionate about what they do that I get the sense that you could ask them for help. You could ask them for help if you need help. The other ways you can ask for help is from a professional, from a counselor, or from maybe a pastoral counselor, someone like that, someone that can really, sit down, do some intentional work with you. But don't be afraid to ask for help. With asking for help, the most important person that you can ask for help from is your significant other. As humans, we are hardwired to be in relationship with another person. We are hardwired to share our experiences and process through those experiences with another person. That is the basis of attachment theory, and almost all marriage and couples counseling theories stem from some sort of attachment theory. So they really come from a lot of the same roots, but all those roots come from this idea. We are designed to share our story. We are designed to share our stressors. We are designed to, and that part of that is processing through it. It's talking through it. And when we talk through it, we make meaning of it and we can start understanding it. So turning towards or leaning into your spouse, sharing your fears, sharing your concerns, those moments are connecting moments. Those are moments of vulnerability. Those moments are emotional, and it's just going to really help create the bond stronger between you and your significant other. One of the last things that I want to just share with you that you can do, and this is so breathing, mindfulness, being present, some form of all of those techniques are in almost all counseling theories. And the reason is because when we have our prefrontal cortex offline, we're in a stress place, when we're in a triggered or feeling endangered place. The way that we come back out of that, what we would call hyper arousal, is to calm our limbic system. And the fastest, most efficient way to calm our limbic system is to go through breathing exercises, go through intentional breathing, slow everything down. And that can be done through taking long, deep breaths. It can be done through grounding exercises. I always teach my clients some basic grounding exercises, and it can be as simple as, right now, if you're at home and you're sitting on the couch or in a chair, become very intentional about how your body feels in that chair, that you feel safe, that you feel supported, that you feel grounded. And what this is going to do is bring some of these swirls that are out here, all of this anxiety that's big and out here, and it's going to help bring it in as we focus on feeling our weight in the chair, feeling the way the fabric feels on the back of our legs, feeling the texture of the fabric, noticing the smells in the air. As we come into our senses and we come into our body, it's going to slow down the big swirls of anxiety. And then another one I wanted to share with you guys, it's called box breathing. It's super simple and it's a great thing to do. And these techniques are great to start practicing now, because as you practice them and as they become more of a routine, it'll become more conditioned to respond to, your body will become more conditioned to respond quicker to slowing down that sympathetic nervous system, coming back into your safe and social system. But one of the ones that I really love to teach some people, it's so simple. It's called box breathing, or maybe you've heard it called square breathing. But you want to envision a box or a square. And what you want to do is you want to inhale and you want to inhale for the count of 5. You're going to hold your count for the count of 5. You're going to hold your inhale for the count of 5. You're going to exhale slowly for the count of 5. And then you're going to hold your breath out for the count of 5. And then you just envision the box. So it's like this. And if you're at home, please engage and do this with me. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale 2, 3, 4, 5. And hold that out 2, 3, 4, 5. And so this is a practice that you can put into practice 3 to 7 times when you're starting to feel out of control or overwhelmed. I think it's a great thing to put into practice right now with the current state of affairs. It can be very easy to feel overwhelmed, pulled off center right now. And if you can just focus on your breath work, and another thing you can focus on is things that we can control, things that we can do, things that we are able to do. It can, again, help bring these big swirls of the unknown or the paralysis of decision making, things like that, back and kind of hone them into maybe just a little bit of a smaller tornado that we can handle. I think another thing it's important to acknowledge is if you had a wedding plan for this summer or this spring, and those plans have gone haywire due to, the regulations that are put on gatherings, things like that, it's absolutely okay to be in a state of grief for that. It is okay to grieve your wedding. It's okay to grieve what the picture that you thought in your head of what it would be. It's okay to maybe grieve that maybe you have pivoted and you've decided instead of a big wedding, you're just going to do a small intimate gathering, and it's okay to be sad and to think of the longing of what it could have been. That's normal, and to not acknowledge some of that grief would kind of keep it stuck in you. That's a great time if you're experiencing that, if you're had a wedding plan this summer and had those plans changed, that this is a great time to practice that leaning in or turning towards your significant other and processing that, talking about it, moving through it, trying to make meaning of it. And again, focusing on what we can do, focusing on that intention that you set for yourself and your spouse and your wedding. All right. I don't know. Do you guys have questions?
Oh, thank you so much. That was
you're welcome.
That box breathing, like I tried it and it made me feel a little bit better about being in front of the internet.
Yeah. Trust me, I've been doing it preparing for some of this, and I think it's just simple and beautiful, and it helps kind of with the visualization piece as well. And I'm going to share. I'll share that a diagram of it on my Facebook page, and you guys can find my Facebook page, Lisa Strike Counseling. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you. I just so appreciate you inviting me on here, and what an honor. And then yes, like I say, I've been tuning in all day, and just it's just great. It just feels so good.
For sure. This is awesome.
What was that?
You were much needed for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll be sure to visit Lisa Strike on Facebook, Lisa Strike Counseling PLLC.
PLLC. But if you just start looking up Lisa Strike, and it's pronounced strike, it looks like streech. But yes.
All right, Lisa. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye. That was amazing. Wow. Okay, so next up we have Single Six Media, Joe's DJ. Who else do we have? We have an invitation designer. She's amazing. We have a few more giveaways. You're gonna want to stick around for those. And we also have a dance class at the very end. We have a dance instructor that's going to be teaching us how to do basic swing. And if you're already into swing, stay tuned, because it's just gonna be super fun to all dance in our living rooms together. So stay tuned for all of this. Right now we have Headwaters Ranch, Cinnamon and Sage catering, and Hops and Honey Bar catering as well. So grab a snack, check out these ads, and then we're gonna jump right into Single Six Media.
So we create and plan weddings for couples at Headwaters Ranch, each one as distinctive and completely unforgettable as the love story it represents. We will design your event to radiate style and fun while ensuring your unique tastes shine through every detail. Our mission is to guide and support you through an impeccable experience.
Okay, let me start that over. Sorry, guys.
So we create and plan weddings for couples at Headwaters Ranch, each one as distinctive and completely unforgettable as the love story it represents. We will design your event to radiate style and fun while ensuring your unique tastes shine through every detail. Our mission is to guide and support you through an impeccable experience, from the vendor coordination to the last dance. We are masters of logistics, coordinating, and quickly smoothing unexpected bumps in the road. We'll ensure a wedding that will live on in your memory as a vibrant, joyful occasion.
Hi.
All right, yeah, be sure to visit Cinnamon and Sage Catering, Headwaters Ranch, and Hops and Honey for all of your venue and catering needs. They are amazing. So next up, I have one of my dear friends, Rachel. She is a videographer with Single Six Media, and we just have so much fun together at weddings. So let me get her on. Are you there? Let's see here. Boom, boom. Hello. Let's see. I see you. Let's see. She just kicked off. Let's see if she tries again. Well, she just said her computer's frozen, so she's gonna try one more time. Right. Yeah, so there wasn't any sound for those photos. It was just kind of a roll through of each. Yeah, so there wasn't supposed to be any sound. Sorry, there wasn't supposed to be any sound for any of those, so we're all good. Oh no, Rachel's computer is totally frozen. Let me I wanted to give you guys a free wedding checklist from me for all those newly engaged brides. I know that it can be kind of like overwhelming, like when you're on Pinterest and you search checklist or what should I do when planning a wedding. So I gave you a free wedding checklist that you guys can download right now while we get Rachel's thing moving. So let me find that for you. All you have to do is visit my website, ingridsvare-photography.com, and then you'll see a little page that says free wedding checklist. And I want you guys to all download that. It is super helpful. I put it together for you guys, and it just kind of guides you through each month of what you should be doing. Let's see here. So I'm going to put that up really quick right now, and we're going to get Rachel on in just a few seconds after her computer's not frozen. Okay, see you all downloading that. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys enjoy that. Use that up, and yeah, there's a lot of great tips in there for you. So we have Rachel. She finally got it together. Hello.
Hi. Sorry about that.
There you are.
Some technical difficulties
No,
there.
fine. I mean, you can't rely on computers, right?
Yeah.
So hi, welcome.
Thank you. Hello. Okay.
So you're gonna show some videos, right?
Yeah.
Let's go in here. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about you and your services?
Sure. Yeah. So I obviously do videography, and we mainly focus on wedding videography. So in Montana, it's just impossible to not have a beautiful spot to get married. And we always want to be able to document that so you can have it forever and remember it. And a lot of people wonder, like, well, why should I get a videographer? I'm going to have a photographer or photos. And photography is great. You should always get a photographer. But if you can, you should try and get a wedding videographer as well, because there are going to be so many little moments that you're going to miss just because there's so much going on in your wedding day, and it goes by so fast. And you could be off getting your portraits done or getting your hair done, and you miss all these little things that happen with your family or your guests and people that are enjoying it. So part of what we at Single Six Media like to do is kind of be there to document the day. We try to be unobtrusive and just capture genuine, authentic, like candid moments for you to be able to reflect on. And then you don't have to miss out on it either, if you're busy getting your hair done. So,
right.
And then it's always something that you can look back on for years to come. And, a lot of the times I feel like people forget what was said in their reception speeches or what their best man said, and even just parts of your vows. So it's always really cool to be able to watch that and get to hear it all over again, and you know, see your grandma crying, or you know, all that, the great moments. So we do try to be really unobtrusive, and so part of that is we shoot everything with Sony's, so they're super lightweight, kind of discreet cameras. It's not going to be like
big, for any of you who don't know, like versus this big, they're like tiny. It's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. So instead of like having like your great uncle's big shoulder mounted camera, it's pretty discreet. It's usually around the same size as a lot of photographers, their cameras. So for the ceremony, we generally will have one set up in the back off to the side to get the whole thing. And then we also try to move around and get different angles and get the groom's reaction to the bride's vows and vice versa. And then, we keep it out of the aisle and everything that way. Nobody trips over it. Yeah. So that wouldn't be good. And generally, once we shoot a wedding, we try to give you a teaser trailer, like social media version. That's going to be usually around 2 minutes in length. And it's just a nice glimpse of what the day was. And it's easy to share on social media. Your full length one kind of depends on how long we were there for. So it usually ranges anywhere from 10 minutes to 20 minutes, usually. So we have 3 different packages. The first one's the Madison, and that one's very ceremony oriented. So it really just focuses on your ceremony. So generally, the videographer would arrive shortly before and set everything up and make sure that we've got a lavalier mic to put on the groom to make sure we capture all the audio of your vows. We also try to link up with your DJ ahead of time, can make sure that we've got multiple sources of audio, because that's really one of the most important parts. It's not just about how you look, but it's also about what you said. So, but it can take up to a full month for us to edit the full video, just depending on, again, how long we were there, how much footage we have to go through. We try to do it as quickly as we can because we know that you're really eager and it's something you've been anticipating for a really long time. Let's see what else. Sorry. Oh, we also make sure to give you the full unedited ceremony and reception speeches on a thumb drive. That way you still get that, but the edited video is usually like a highlight of the full day. So it won't have the full ceremony in it or your full speeches, just the best parts, but you still get the full file.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you want me to start showing some videos?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Do you want to talk about them, or do you want us to just view them?
We can just view them.
Okay, perfect. So let's view some videos. Do you want me to show them all? Or do you want?
Let's do JC and Zach's and the 2019 highlight.
Okay, we're gonna play that really quick. So.
Oh, and I don't know if people can hear me, but another thing that I want to point out is that we do drone footage with all of our packages. So no matter what, we're going to bring the drone with us. It's just weather dependent. So if it's really like raining or snowing or the wind is blowing too hard, we can't do it for safety. And then depending on where your venue is, if it's too close to an airport, it is illegal to fly and it physically won't fly. But we always check that out ahead of time so we don't get blindsided by it.
Yeah.
And the only venue that I've ever done that was too close to an airport or somewhere like that, and that was for their reception.
Okay. Awesome. Good to know. All right.
Yeah.
Got this ready.
I love you with everything I have, and I would do everything all over again in my life just to have it end up this way on this day here with you.
Looking into your eyes today, I know God put you into my life for a reason, and you are my person. We were made for each other.
I love you, JC, with all my heart.
You are my treasure and my greatest blessing in life.
Zach and JC in their second verse, and I hope it's just as incredible as the first.
Awesome. Rachel, do you want 2018 or 2019 recap next? You there? Let's see. You there, Rachel? Okay, we're gonna do 2018 next.
Okay, yeah. So that was our 2018 video. I forgot how long that one was. Sorry.
Oh, so good. I love that. Love the dancing shots.
Yeah, thank you. We always try our hardest to make sure we're working alongside the photographer in a really professional way. Ingrid, I know that you and I have worked together on a bunch of different weddings, so you and I kind of know how our workflow is for each other. But if there's any photographers out there that are worried about working with a videographer, I always try to make sure that I'm letting the photographer take the lead and make sure that they're getting everything that they need to get. And I try to just document along the way. If I ever feel like I didn't get something that I do need, I just let them know, like, hey, when we've got time, I might pull them aside for this or something along those lines. I've never had anybody that didn't seem like we got along, so that's always good. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions so far?
Let's see here. I have a question for you. How do you know what to capture when there's so much, not chaos, but just like so much going on? Like, and how do you know what to include in that video? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So there's a lot of things to like keep track of on a wedding day, and I think just the fact that I've done it so much, you can kind of know what to expect, especially with like the first look. You know, I always try and make sure that I've got myself set up for success to make sure that I can get the tears if they're so gonna cry or things like that. And then part of when they're doing the photos after the ceremony, I try to just kind of meander through the whole venue and see if there's anything I missed, and make sure that if I see grandparents, I want to make sure that I'm including footage of the grandparents, anybody young, like babies and toddlers, things like that, because in 10 years, when you go back to see this, you might have a teenager on your hands now instead of like a little sweet kid. And you're going to want those moments and trying to be able to relive a little bit of that, especially I've had quite a few brides ask for people to like send them well wishes via video. So we'll pull people aside, like grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, things like that, and say, hey, I'm going to leave the camera here with you for a second. If you've got a message for them, if you've got any advice, like this is the time. And then I always include those as well. So just depends on what the bride wants.
What's your favorite moment to capture?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think for me, it's when like right after the ceremony is done and they walk off and there's just a brief moment when there's nobody around them. The chaos has died down and you can just see like on their faces, there's always like a big breath of fresh air almost. And
It is
like
so cute. Like just hug each other and kiss each other, and like they don't think that anybody's watching, but
yeah. Yeah. That's our job.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Rachel.
Thanks for having me. Thank you so much for doing this, Ingrid. This was a great idea.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right. So next up we have AJ with Joe's DJ. Wow. And let's see here. Let me get this going here. Hold on just a minute and we'll get AJ all ready. Hello.
Are we there?
How's it going?
Wonderful. How are you, Ingrid?
Good. Thanks for popping on.
Yeah, you're doing a fabulous job with all this. Sorry, I look red. This light's kind of funny, but oh well.
Okay. So how's it going? How's your season going? You busy?
Well, it started off busy, and now it's kind of slowed down a little bit. We're having a lot of shuffling happen, which is understandable. So I have a feeling we're going to have a very busy fall and pushing into winter. But yeah, so far we've been blessed with, having a good start and looking forward to getting going with events as soon as we possibly can.
As soon as we can, yeah. So what do you have for us today? I'm excited.
Sure. So I'll just kind of give you a little bit of a preview of what we're going to go over today. Just going to give you a little bit of background behind the company. We're going to talk about having a band versus having a DJ. Both are great options. We're going to talk about having, why you could potentially have a friend do your music or why maybe you shouldn't have a friend do your music. And then also the behind the scenes with DJing, where it's not just about the music of the event. There's a lot more to it than that. So again, I'm AJ Rohr. I now am the owner of Joe's DJ service. I came on about 10 years ago. Started as a DJ, worked my way up to managing, and then about 3 years ago started running the company. And then officially, Joe, the guy that started it, last year, 3 years ago, he moved to Seattle, and now I get to call it my company. So that's awesome. We get to have some good changes happening, but overall, everything's going to stay the same. If you've seen us in the past, pretty much everything's going to be exactly the same. We're just making some changes on the back end to make things easier. This has been really cool watching this show through the whole day, because it's kind of like a little reunion, seeing all the vendors that we see all the time, even some of the events that we've been at, which has been wonderful. And then, so just kind of a little bit about the company overall. We started in '97. We've done somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 weddings over the years, do somewhere between 200 and 250 a year. So we get a lot of experience, get to see a lot of places. So the first thing I want to go over is band versus a DJ. So I love bands so much. Any event that has a live band is one of my favorite places to be. So if you find a band that does the music you want, that's awesome. And if they can fit in your budget, awesome. I will tell you 100% go with the band if you can find one. Now, some people maybe can't find a band that can do the music they want, or maybe it doesn't fit in their budget. So a DJ can be a great alternative to that, because we kind of have not unlimited music libraries, but pretty close. So that can be a good alternative if you can't get a band. A lot of people ask me, well, I've got a friend with a lot of music, we can rent a system and they could do it. Yes, they could. But the other thing that you run into is, should they do it? Because a lot of your friends want to attend your wedding and not work at your wedding. And the other thing is, which I'll go into my third point here, there's a lot more behind it than just playing music. So with that, it's all about the behind the scenes stuff. It's a good DJ will help you progress through the night. I tell my guys all the time, the music is probably the easiest part of the whole night. It's all about everything else. It's about coordinating with your photographer, coordinating with your videographer, making sure the sound is good for places, making changes as necessary, being flexible to make those adaptations because somebody now has a new request or whatever it might be. And that's really what comes into having such a benefit of having a professional DJ. Not to mention the equipment we use. Ours is going in and out, in and out, in and out all the time, so we always know that it's up and good to go. And a lot of the venues we've been to many, many, many times, especially anywhere in Bozeman, anywhere within probably 100 miles of Bozeman, we've been many times. So we kind of know the ins and outs of each venue. And some of them do have some pretty specific things you got to watch out for. So I do have some FAQs here, but Ingrid, if there's any questions that have come up that you've known about, we'll go ahead and start with those. But otherwise, I'll go into some of the questions that I get a lot. Let's not have any questions. Okay.
Oh,
well, so,
are you there?
There she is.
Sorry, I thought you could hear me. Yeah, let me find it.
Okay.
One of my brides, Kelsey, she asked, do you guys prefer live requests or predetermined lists? Like, what do you prefer?
Both work very, very well. One of the things that we have as part of our system is through the process of planning, you have an online form you get to work on. You can share with us, whether it be spreadsheets of lists, whether it be playlists from things like Apple Music, Spotify, that kind of stuff, of things that you know that you want. And then also we can do things night of. So as long as you're okay with having your guests come and make requests, we're okay with that too. Sometimes having them all ahead of time, if say you know you've got a really rowdy crowd, that can kind of keep things toned down a little bit so we don't get quite as, random of requests, shall we say.
Yeah. Do you get sick of the chicken dance?
So this ties into something interesting. Doing this professionally, pretty much when you show up at an event, your opinions don't matter anymore about how you feel about music, because it's all about what they want to hear. If people are out having fun at the chicken dance, I love it. If somebody's being obnoxious and wanting to dance to it, then I don't like it so much.
Okay. Good to know. Right. So I want to know what makes a first dance song good. I know you probably get that a lot. Like, what should I do for my first dance? Like, I don't even know. I don't care. Like, what should I do? What are your thoughts on that?
So there's a handful of ways you can go about this. All of them work. Some people will tell you pick a song that is popular, so you'll hear it on the radio 5 and 10 years from now randomly, and you'll want to dance with your bride, just as a memory. Other people will say pick a song that fits your story. Can be fun. Other people will say pick a song that was part of your story, whether it be a song you listen to a lot throughout your engagement, your dating, whatever it might be. All of those work. And finally, then we are building into our website a new thing where we're sharing some of the classic dances for first dance and their special dances. And then we're also picking some of the most unique ones we've had over the years and new ones that we find as we're going, that we're going to have those on the website. We're putting them in a Spotify list so that anybody with Spotify can actually grab them and listen to them and see what they think. So that's something coming very soon to our website.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Do you have FAQs or anything like that?
Yeah, so here, I'll hit a couple of things that I get asked a lot. How do I pick music? We kind of already covered that. It's all through an online form. A lot of people ask, well, what if you have a song? What if I want a song that you don't have? Well, as long as it's available for purchase from somewhere, whether that, an easy place to look is places like Amazon Music, Apple Music, and even Spotify is a decent place because most of the music on Spotify is available for purchase somewhere. Now, we have the benefit of being in business so long that we keep all the music we purchase for every event. So as long as it's been played at one event over the last 20 plus years, we've got it. And as long as we can purchase it from somewhere and it's not like a YouTube only artist or a Spotify only artist, we can't do that because we have to be able to show that we can purchase it. Another thing is just about announcements and MC stuff. A lot of people ask us questions about do you entertain or do you just announce? Typically, most of my guys that I've trained and myself, we're more about directing the event rather than doing the actual entertaining. So no telling jokes and doing games, stuff like that. Now, if you want to do games, we can do that, but that's not something we do by default. Let's see. And then just kind of a basic outline for the night. So a lot of times what happens at an event, if you've never been to a wedding or it's been a long time, here's kind of what the DJ's day looks like. I'll try and do this quickly. So get set up for your ceremony. We run mics and music for the ceremony. We also can hook in so that your videographer can get audio from our system. All of my DJs use the exact same systems, so a lot of your vendors are going to be familiar with our stuff. Ceremony gets done, we tear down, go set up for the reception area, get background music playing, and that's when we're kind of wandering around seeing how things are going. Then we guide you through each step of the night, whether that be dinner, cake, toasts, and then into dancing. And we have a kind of a layout of what a basic night looks like on our website, but so there's more info on there. But of course, those are just kind of guidelines. Now, some people get really into, I want to do my first dance upon entering. That's fine. I want to do my first dance after dinner. That's fine too. We're very flexible with all those things. Ingrid, any other questions on your end?
Let's see.
Oh, here, I do have one thing to show you.
Oh.
I had lots of questions for this. So here's our newest DJ.
Oh my gosh. I was hoping this would happen.
It's Brinley. Say hi, Brinley.
Hi, Brinley. Oh my gosh, so excited that you guys shared her.
Yeah, she'll be 2 months old here this Sunday. So
congratulations, you guys. She's amazing. She's gonna have good music taste.
Any other questions that have been coming up? Or things you think that I should be talking about that I'm not, Ingrid, since we've worked together so much?
You're doing great. Tiffany asked, how much do your packages cost? Do you kind of want to go over like the basic of how that goes down?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a couple different packages depending on the time of year. So off season, we have a certain package, and then as we move into peak season, the prices change. So overall, though, we have a base rate for a 4-hour time block. And then after that, it goes to a by the hour rate. Now, the reason why we do that is because when I started out as a DJ, it used to be a flat rate for the event no matter how long the event was. So whether it was a 4-hour event, 10-hour event, me as a DJ, I made the same amount of money, which was kind of frustrating because it takes a lot more effort to do a 10-hour event than a 4-hour event. So we implemented that 4-hour block and then switching to the by the hour so that your DJ makes that time after 4 hours, goes directly to them. And that keeps them a little more incentivized to participate in the amount and keep things going. Basically, they keep going to make more money. Our packages for off season start at $400 for 4 hours. There's a mid season at $525, and then peak season jumps up to $675, and that's just for a basic 4-hour time block. And then if you want ceremony music, it's $50 for that. We have other things like dance lights, which you can see on the ticker here right now. If you inquire and say that you saw us on the Bridal Talk, I'll throw in free dance lights or up lights for you, depending on what you want. Usually it's dance lights. And if you don't want lights, let me know and we can figure out something else that'd be worth it for you.
Can you let me know what is peak season to you?
Oh, peak season, sure. I don't have the dates off the top of my head, but basically mid-June to about mid-September is peak season. And those are Saturdays. So if you get married on a day that's not a Saturday, unless it's a holiday, it's automatically off season. So it's $400. So basically, we're having a lot of brides right now that are shuffling around their events because of, you know, their Saturday and whenever they can't get together because it was in April, or they're worried about maybe mid-May, late May, early June. If you move your event, say, to a Friday, then it's a lot less expensive than, say, a Saturday in July. We do have some Saturdays that still have availability. A lot of them are booked up, but we have 15 DJs on our roster, and we can do 15 gigs on any given day. So we have some room on some Saturdays, but not on all Saturdays.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, Megan asked, how long does it take to set up prior to ceremony?
Oh, sure. So I tell my guys to get there an hour before we need to have music started. So say you had a 5 o'clock ceremony, we would start music at 4:30. So there's background music playing as your guests start to arrive. So I'd put your DJ there about 3:30. Now we don't usually need an hour to get set up. It usually takes about 20 minutes, but that way if there's any problem with power, that gives us a little bit of time to look at the weather. If things are kind of being weird, gives plenty of time for flexibility. So about an hour to get set up just so we have that room. And then at the end of the night, it takes about a half hour to tear down. Now, that's not part of your 4-hour time. We set up and tear down on our own time.
Okay, great. Tiffany asked, does the 4 hours start after setup with your is that the hourly fee situation?
So I kind of answered that just a little bit. I'll just give you another clip of that. So if we started background music at 4:30 for a 5 o'clock ceremony, then your 4 hours would start at 4:30. We set up and tear down on our own time. So basically then your 4-hour time block goes till 8:30, and then after 8:30 it switches to by the hour, and that by the hour rate is $50 an hour.
Cool. Awesome, guys. Thanks for all those great questions.
Absolutely. Thanks for doing this. It's been fun checking in throughout the day and just being like, oh, I haven't seen them in forever, and hey, there's our system in the background.
Yeah. Cool, AJ. Well, do you have anything else to add? Any other info? I think you covered it all.
You know, we're getting lots of inquiries still for lots of dates in 2020. So there are still quite a bit happening, and then we're getting into 2021, and also I've started booking 2022. So you can, depending on your date, you might want to get a little bit ahead of it, or if you've got, maybe a weekday event that's coming up soon, we can probably still fit you in. So let us know.
Awesome. Oh, Courtney just asked, is the setup for the ceremony a big setup or pretty small?
So typically it's just our standard setup, which is 2 speakers on stands that we set up. Ingrid can vouch for it. We try to set up on either one side or the other so that your photographer can get an angle that doesn't include us. And then there's just a mic for the ceremony. We don't do lav mics or like ear mics because a lot of times if they're going to cut out, it's right during the ceremony. So we use a mic on a stand that sets down at about belly height. And Ingrid can vouch for it, doing photos, and a lot of the other photographers, it's not up in your face, but it still picks up everybody around it. So it's not a really big setup. We don't bring subs and everything for the ceremony and that. It's just 2 speakers on stands and then a small little tote to put our mixer on.
That's awesome. So super simple.
Yeah. we try to be the easiest vendor to work with, because a lot of times there's a lot of other vendors that need a lot more specific information than we do. So we only ask really what we need, and then keep it simple from there.
I love that. Well, AJ, thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
You bet. See you on the trail.
Sounds good. See you soon. Bye. All right, guys. So next up, we have Bear Mountain Photography. She does photography and boudoir. She is amazing. We'll also have a giveaway, 2 giveaways actually. We're gonna have 2 giveaways in a row, so stay tuned for that. And then at the very end, after those giveaways, we're gonna have a dance class. So stay tuned for that. Let me get Bailey on here really quick. All right, come on, girl.
Oh, hey. Can you hear me? See me?
Yep.
All the things?
This is
Okay,
awesome.
good. How you doing, babe?
Good. So
You relieved it's getting to the end?
so much fun at the end, this dance class. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, you've been killing it. So, like everyone else has said, thanks for having me on here. You are incredible yourself as a photographer and a human, and you've done just as great of a job as you do with your photography on here. So,
Thank you.
oh, I mean it.
So tell me about you and yourself and what kind of photography you do and all that good stuff. Let me know when you want me to start showing your photos.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that. I'm gonna just adjust my webcam so you can't see my ghetto background setup.
Good.
Yeah, we're gonna pretend it's not just a wooden headboard that I put behind me. So my name's Bailey. A lot of people call me Bailey Joe. I have been shooting weddings for about 4.5 years now. I started as a second shooter for a really, really incredible photographer that kind of transitioned into more of a fine art motive. And anyways, he one day just looked at me and was like, you can do this. And I believed him, and I've been doing it ever since. So this is my first couple of seasons that I'm in right now, but my brides have been loving their photos, and I've been loving all my brides that I have. I think I have a couple brides on here right now, at least one of them. And anyways, as far as my style, so I really, really love a little bit of subtle drama is kind of what I talk about. And so I do boudoir as well as weddings, and it kind of corresponds to both of those types of photography. As far as like an editing style, I really I love black and whites. I'm a girl who loves like that classic, like flat black and white, high contrast. I really, really love candid photography. So I'm really that photographer that wants to capture moments. I don't like a lot of posy things. Sometimes I do a little posing just to help you end up liking the photos more. But I really love like that natural movement and finding you in your element and then just capturing it. Especially during receptions and everything like that. I really try to just stay in the background and take photos when people don't realize I'm taking photos. Because if you've ever been to a wedding, it's weird when all of a sudden you see a camera in your face. So I really love candid photography in general. Ingrid, if you want to put up a couple of them, you totally can.
Yeah, let's do it. Tell me your favorite moment to capture.
So honestly, I think Sarah Notarius talked about this earlier. I put some thought into this. I figured you were going to ask me this. And I would have to say it's right after the ceremony. Usually my brides and I and the grooms take 45 minutes, 30 minutes, and I kind of take them off to a really, really beautiful scene. And I let them just kind of soak in their moment of realizing that they now have a husband or they now have a wife. And I, again, kind of stand in the background and I just capture them interacting. And like the looks on their faces are always so priceless. And this was right after a first look. So for this specific wedding, we happened to do this moment before the ceremony. They had just signed their marriage certificate together and done the first look. And this was one of those moments right before they got married. And so bridal portraits are like my jam. I love me a good, like subtly dramatic bridal portrait. I kind of almost have a little bit of an editorial style. Do you think, Ingrid?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like I almost have a little bit of an editorial style, but it's definitely more candid. I don't like strike a pose editorial.
Yeah.
So next, I don't know what photo's next.
Ooh, this one is bomb. Are you guys ready for this? Hold on.
I'm excited to see which one it is. Well, it'll come eventually.
Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I love photos like that, like a little dramatic, you know, you could frame it on your wall, but it's nothing that's like too intense or posed. I try to let the bride's dress and the scenery and the environment speak for itself. As you can see in this photo, I use pretty true tone editing styles. I don't really like to bring out color too much, but I also don't like dull it down or anything. I try to keep it fairly true tone. You saw with my black and white earlier, that's like my favorite way to edit black and whites. You can expect them to be high contrast and be pretty candid. If I love a photo in black and white, usually I try to give my brides it in color as well, just because I don't know if they're gonna love it as much as I do. But I'm definitely a photographer who likes to do those black and white photos. So if you're a bride that's really into that, then awesome. You can go to the next one if you feel like it.
So yeah, let's do.
As well, I also wanted to say, I've gotten this comment from a few brides. Oh, this is my favorite wedding photo, probably. I don't know why I love it so much. I love horses at weddings. If you have a horse in your wedding, please call me. It's my favorite. So this bride was so much fun. I asked her, I was like, you want to get up on that horse? And she's like, really? I said, yeah, let's do it. And so I gave her a leg up onto the horse. And I love brides like that. You can see on the bottom, I'm like, you got a refined wild side. That's totally my style.
Yeah.
I like girls who are a little adventurous. I've gotten in rivers before to snap brides, and they've followed me in. So it's super fun to just like have fun with photography and really get creative with it. And I really try to like let my brides feel my passion when I'm with them and get just as excited about their photos, because it's truly what I love to do. It's so much fun.
I love that.
Ooh, bounced it.
Let's do this one. Yes.
Here we go. Yeah, so this is one of the examples. I didn't give Ingrid a ton of examples because, you know, I know we don't have a lot of time on here, but I didn't pose this. I said, everybody do a cheers. That's what I yelled. And she turned around and everyone put their mimosa glasses up, and or champagne glasses. And this is just an organic photo. And I'm sure they knew they were being photographed. So, you know, they like do that good angle. But in general, I try to do photos where it like just captures an emotion or a moment, and not so much of here's us all in a line, even though I will give you those formals. Look, they're in a line. I eat my own words. All right, and then the next one, I think it's a boudoir photo.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about boudoir now.
Yeah, so weddings in general, if you guys have any questions, go ahead and hit me with them. But I have a pretty laid back style. I get really excited about good photography. So I try to be in the background, but I also try to be your friend. You know, you're going to be hanging out with me for 6 to 14 hours. And I want you to feel like you have somebody that you're having fun with. I'm not there to be in your face with the camera, but I'm also there if you need me. If you want a specific shot you just thought of, you're like, hey girl, come here, you know, get this. Or also if you just need someone to talk to because you're really anxious. I've become friends with a lot of my brides. And so that's kind of the style that I like to have, is that you're comfortable enough around me to like be able to be honest with me, and we can get better photos because of it.
Yeah. Sure.
That style kind of transcends into my boudoir. Boudoir is like my love. I love boudoir. So all my brides, I offer them special discounts on my boudoir packages. Before I forget, I do want to say, if you're on here right now and you are interested in bridal boudoir, go ahead and flip to the next one too, please. Love. If you are, thank you, Ingrid. If you are interested in bridal boudoir, drop a comment that says bride or anything, and I will message you a special discount. So for your upcoming wedding, you can have a little discount on a boudoir package if you're interested. And I can see the comments, so I'm laughing right now.
We'll go over comments in a minute.
Yeah. Anyways, so again, photos like you just saw in this one, I like that really subtle drama.
Love that one.
it doesn't have to be, people have this like conception that boudoir is some overly sexualized, scary thing. It's really, really not. You can't see any of this woman's like explicit body parts, really. You know, you see the lines and it's just really gorgeous. And she's looking down at her ring. It's really subtle things like that. I offer day of gifts as well. So albums to give to your husbands. It's really, really fun. Like the behind the door thing where, you know, instead of writing a letter, you give them the album, and it's so fun. Yeah, it's so fun to capture the looks on these grooms' faces because they're always just like blown away. And I mean, some guys even cry. Like it's wild because they're just like so thankful and happy that like that's the beautiful woman that they get to be with the rest of their lives. Anyway,
sweet.
I like get so excited about it. But yeah, so I just don't want any brides to have the conception that a bridal boudoir shoot is something that's crazy sexualized.
Yeah.
It's really just to like feel beautiful in your skin and to honor yourself, and then possibly you can do it for you, but you can also do it for your husband. And it's just a really, really awesome gift. So
that's amazing. I love that.
Anyways, I'm sorry I talked so fast. I just know that this thing is kind of going on. So I didn't want to run too much over time. But if anyone has any questions for me, I'd love to answer them. Or Ingrid, if you have questions for me.
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody said something. Oh, somebody asked, do you include boudoir packages in all of your wedding packages? Is that a thing?
So I do not. I have wedding packages that offer where you don't have to get a boudoir session. You know, I really tried to make packages that were catered to everybody, budget-wise and needs-wise. You know, you can get an all-inclusive package that has an engagement session, an album, a boudoir album, and a full boudoir session. And then you can also just get basic 6 hours of photography. So my packages are pretty diverse in that you don't have to get boudoir, but there is one that allows you to.
That's awesome. Do all of your packages include albums, or do you just do digitals?
No, so for every package, you get digital files and a USB. So I like to do both. I'll upload a digital gallery and give you access to that where you can order prints, do all kinds of things from that. But then I also like to just give you a physical USB because some people, even though USBs really aren't that old fashioned with technology now, some people like, it's a lot simpler for them to just be able to have the files and drag it to another folder and then it's done. They don't want to have to mess with downloading and all that stuff. So I do both. Albums are only offered in my largest package. And then I have add-ons for each package. So like I said, they're very customizable.
That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
Camille just asked pricing or packages. Do you have any info on pricing right now? Do you want to share that?
Yeah, I can give a general gist. So my packages start as low as 2,000, and then they go all the way.
Are we doing wedding or boudoir? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, I'll talk about weddings first. Okay. Sorry about this. I don't mean to confuse you. So weddings, they go as low as 2,000, and then the my most inclusive package that's pretty gnarly is right now 4,200. So it's as low as 2,000 all the way up to 4,200, but that includes quite a bit. And like I said, they're completely customizable. For bridal boudoir, depending on a few different parameters, the way I do it is you pay for your shoot and then you pay for either a package or photos individually. So it really takes the pressure off of you in that you don't have to get so many photos. Some brides know that they're going to want an album. And so we order that and everything that is included in their invoice. But some, I take the pressure off of it. I'm just like, let's just do the shoot. Let's see how many you love. And usually 20 times out of 20, they end up liking a lot more than they assumed they would. And so they either end up getting an album or they want so many photos that they're like, I just need the all-inclusive setup.
That's amazing. Because they can just buy, you as brides can buy what you want.
Yeah. You know, I know that brides are spending so much money as it is already. And so I really try to like take the pressure off there. I do have a makeup artist that I use. Her name is Shayla Shaw, and she's with Beauty and the Belief. She's amazing. And so I always refer my clients to her because for bridal boudoir, you are going to want to like you're going to want to have amazing makeup, amazing hair. You're going to want to feel like the most beautiful version of yourself, because they're going to be something you're gifting to your husband or keeping for yourself. Like I have so many boudoir clients that are like, I just want to feel good about myself. I just want some photos. But for the wedding scene, you know.
Perfect. Someone just asked if you had a website. You're still building it, right?
So I'm redoing my website right now. I'm up in my game. I had a website and I'm just making it a little better right now, which if you've ever built a website, takes a really long time. So, but like I said, if you drop any kind of like emoji or comment, I can send you my portfolio, my boudoir portfolio, as well as my pricing packages for bridal boudoir or just individual boudoir.
I love that. Yay.
Yeah.
Everybody's giving you so much support.
Oh, I know. I got Courtney's here. She's one of my brides. I love her. Yeah. But yeah, do you have any questions for me, Ingrid?
Yes. Oh, when I posted a question box earlier this week, one of my brides asked, "How do you feel natural in front of the camera?" Like,
how do I feel what? I'm sorry.
How do you feel natural in front of the camera when you're basically in lingerie or you're like nervous on your wedding day? How do you feel natural?
So this is an interesting question because the way I describe boudoir is that I always say that it's like a roller coaster. You're always really, really afraid to do it. And then as soon as you do it, you finish your session and you just want to do it again. Like I would say, I can't think of a client who didn't feel that way after they did their session. I've been doing, this is what I do. This is what I love. So when you're in lingerie in front of me, I always tell girls, I'm like, I've either seen it or I have one. So it doesn't bother me. I'm like, think of me as your doctor. Like we're just here to get some beautiful shots. I do realize I get really in the zone. And so I think a lot of brides and just boudoir clients in general have told me that you're fun to like work with because you get so excited about my pictures when you're taking them. Ingrid, you know me personally. And I do. When I take a good picture, I'm like, I freak out. And so I'm constantly telling girls that they look beautiful. And it's not to make them feel natural. It's because I genuinely think that. And so it just so happens that throughout this session, girls get really comfortable. It's so much fun to like drink a mimosa and like take fun pictures in your underwear. And you'd never think it was because it seems so scary. But I'm telling you, just think of the roller coaster analogy because it's a blast.
I love that.
I hope that answers your question because it's one of those things like until you do it, you don't realize that it's really just not a big deal. You know, like I tell girls all the time, be daring. Like when I did a boudoir shoot, I've done one before. I felt so sensual and daring after I finished it. And I got addicted to that feeling. And it made me want to keep doing things that kept making me feel that way. So it's just one of those feelings that once you do it, it's just fun.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I love what you do.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry I went on a tangent.
You're doing great. Do you have anything else to add before we
No. Like I said, feel free. Let me know on here if you want me to send my portfolio or pricing to you, and I'd love to do that. Anyone who's watching this right now is going to get a special discount on my boudoir. And then last thing, really quick before I get off of here, my Instagram is at Bear Mountain Photography, exactly how it's spelled here. And if you go on there, there's a post right now about a free engagement session. So all you have to do is like the post, comment, and tag a couple friends in it, and then share it to your story. And I'm announcing tomorrow evening, I'm announcing the winner. So it's really meant for people that were on here because I want them to benefit from it. So if you get on there and check out my Instagram, there's also a really good way to see more of my style by checking that out. So
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, friend. It was so good to see you.
yeah, you too. Oh, Tiffany, really quick. How long does the session last? They're usually an hour. I do a ton outside. I love outside boudoir, but it's really up to you. If we need to take longer than that, we can. So it's, like I said, customizable.
Easy.
All right.
You have a good
Thank
day.
you, Ingrid. You're the best ever.
Love you. All right, guys. Next, we have 7th and Anderson. She does stationery. Let's see if we can find her. I see her. Hello.
Hi.
How
Can
are
you
you?
hear me?
Yes.
I'm hanging in there.
You doing okay?
I am. I'm on a really old laptop, so there's probably going to be some cutting in and out and everything. So I
Great.
apologize.
You're all good.
Okay. All right. So, and my 3-year-old is downstairs with my husband, so you may hear some background chatter, or he might come running in here at some point. So just a heads up on that one. So, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, so tell me, what do you have for us today?
All
I'm
right.
excited.
So, do you have some of those pictures and videos and stuff I sent you?
Yeah, how about you get going and I'll start posting these photos as we go.
Okay, that sounds great. I don't really intend to talk about them, but at least it'll give you all an idea of some of the things that we can do with your wedding stationery.
Perfect.
So,
We go find it.
real quick, I'm Janelle, and I am the everything stationery behind 7th and Anderson. I'm the owner, I'm the creative director, I'm the designer. I do all my own website. All the Instagram, any social media posts you see, that's all me. The captions are all me. You send me an email, you're going to get a response from me. So when you work with me or you work with 7th and Anderson, you work with me one-on-one all the way through from start to finish. Real quick, I have a lot of questions I get asked fairly frequently, so I'm as well. I'm often asked why should I spend money on paper? Why is it so important to spend money on paper? People are just going to throw it away. And you're right, there are going to be a fair number of your guests that will throw your invitations in the garbage when it's all said and done. That being said, your wedding stationery, when designed appropriately and correctly, and when designed to reflect you, your journey that brought you to that, it is the first glimpse your guests will see into one of the most important days you're ever going to have in your life. And hi, it's fabulous. I love paper. Sorry, I can see the comments here, but it can serve as an artifact as well. When it announces the journey, you share your joy, and it's like, hey, look at this. And when it's done, like I said, when it's done correctly, it actually can be used in the designing of the rest of your wedding as well. It's the first glimpse your guests are going to see, and we want them to be excited for your big day. Now, with that being said, when you work with me, whether you order, I have semi-custom, which is all on my website. I do full custom work and any number of other things, but when you work with me, I offer unlimited revisions. It does not matter to me if we go through 20 different, you exactly what you want. I want you to love that wedding stationery as much as I love designing it for you. With me, I can do digital printing is what you see is the most cost-effective method. I have access. I can do letterpress. I can do foil stamping. We can do hand-torn edges. There's a number of different things we can do to make sure your wedding stationery is out of this world. A few things I did want to, some tips and tricks I wanted to talk. And some other questions I'm often asked is how many? How do I budget for my invitations? Because how many do I need to order? Well, let me tell you something. most likely your entire head count is what is the number that's rolling through your head. So when I ask you how many wedding invitations you're looking to order, if your head count is 250 people, the secret, you don't need 250 invitations, not even close. The general, your wedding stationery is kind of the anomaly. For your wedding invitations, if you're just in the beginning stages of you don't have your guest list finalized and you're not quite sure where you're going with some of this stuff, one of the an easy way to kind of get a rough idea is your invitations, you want one per household. It is not one per person. So if you have a household with 4 people, so let's say you're sending an invitation to your grandparents, you're not going to send one to both your grandfather and your grandmother household. So it's one invitation per household. If you are looking for a rough kind of way to get a rough estimate as you start this whole process, take your guest list, cut it in half. So 10 to 15 extra invitations to that. Now, so if we did the 250 guest head count estimate, that's your total head count, you'd cut that in half, you'd get 125 invitations, add 10 to 15 extra, and that would be the number of invitations you would need to order. Now, why do I should say, or any stationary person really encourages you to order extra? It isn't because we're trying to get more money out of you. I can assure you of that one. It's because we're actually, at the end of the day, we're trying to save you money. It is significantly less expensive for you extra invitations with the bulk of your order than to come back to me later and say life happened. I just had a bride who came back and said their dog got a little wild and they spilled spaghetti sauce on a good chunk of her invitations. We've had to reorder those because she hadn't ordered any extras. It is significantly less expensive to order those extra 10 in your initial order than it is to come back later and say, I need 10 have setup costs. And it doesn't matter if it's 200 or 10 or 5, their setup costs are what their setup costs are. So let's say you're looking at 200 invitations, you're right about at that $2 a piece per your invitation. If you come back later and say you need 10, you're looking at about $8 to $10 a piece just for the invitation. So that's why I encourage you to order extras at that time. It's going to happen. The other thing that happens is the postal service. Now, I actually am in awe of our postal service. I'm working on a blog post right now, an extension of what to expect when mailing your wedding invitations. And I was doing some math the other day, and our postal service process mail per second in a day, over 2,000. Now that is mind-boggling to me. My brain doesn't operate quite on that level. But it is inevitable that some of your invitations are going to go missing. It's just going to happen. And so you want to, in the event that that does happen, you want to make sure you have extras on hand so you can just drop another one in the mail rather than coming back and saying, I need to order another 5 because we had these 5 go missing and here we are looking at that additional cost again. For budgeting for your stationery, please remember to budget something for your postage. It is the most commonly overlooked, and I recognize that a fair amount of it's unknown. You don't really know what it's going to cost to ultimately mail your wedding stationery because there's a lot of factors that play into that end cost, but budget something. Otherwise, you might only be $50 off if you budget something. If you don't budget anything, you're looking, it could be anywhere of up to 100, 150 plus in your budget that you're trying to figure out where to come from. Here's a quick little bare minimum way to budget for mailing your wedding stationery. If you are sending a save the date, okay, so there's one. If you do a standard 5x7 in a basic, in a 5x7 equivalent envelope, you're going to be able to use a first class postage stamp, 55 cents, okay? For your wedding suite, you would also have a minimum of one stamp for your customary and courteous to put the postage stamp on your response envelopes, having those pre-addressed and stamped for your guests. So all they have to do is mark their response and drop it in the mail. So at a bare minimum, absolute bare minimum, budget for $1.65 per wedding invitation that you order for your postage. The other thing to know, and that's 3 first class postage stamps combined. That's 3 times 55 cents. Expect to pay more in postage than you budgeted for. Our postal service is amazing. They're getting very used to wedding invitations and some of the extras that get added on. But anytime you need to add in you add in an enclosure card. So your small ones, depending on the information you need or want to share. If you have accommodations, you want a map, anything like that, that's enclosures, small enclosure cards, websites. If your reception is at a different location than your wedding, those kinds of things. Anytime you add an extra piece into your wedding stationery, you're going to be looking at also an increase in postage as well. So I hope that kind of makes sense there. The other thing in the light, we all know what's going on in the world right now. And we're all, I think, paying very close attention to the new restrictions and parameters that are placed around large gatherings. And we don't really know how long that's going to continue right now. If you are in the beginning stages of your stationery journey or your wedding planning journey, or you are starting to wonder if you're going to have to look at postponing or rescheduling your wedding, I highly encourage you to make sure you have a wedding website. The reason for that is it's a great central location to send people where you can post updates to your wedding that they can see without having to send out 400 emails or texting everybody all the time or making sure the information is accurate as it gets passed on from one person to another. There are many, many places out there that offer free. Encourage to get one. With that, when it comes to designing the wording on your wedding stationery, with me, the wording is entirely what you want it to be. We take what I have on my website as simply examples that I made up as I went along. And so we switch all of that out to make it what it needs to be for you. And in the world we're in, to encourage my couples that I'm working with to, if we haven't included a small enclosure card or anything like that, to add that on, where we can put a simple blurb in there that says we continue to monitor current events very closely, and please check our website frequently for any updates or changes to our wedding. What that will do in the long run is if you do have to postpone, if you do have to reschedule, or you decide to do virtual wedding with a small close group of people with you, whatever that looks like, you can give them that information on your website without having to send out another piece of paper, which at the end, so that they can also you have it set up so they can also RSVP on your website as well. So I actually have worked with a number of brides who don't want to do the RSVP card, and we just do a little card that says, please RSVP on our website. And we give them the address, and that's it. That's what you do, kind of thing. To order, another thing I wanted to touch real quick is when to order your wedding. Sorry, I have my note here. When to order your wedding stationery. When it comes to save the dates, if you're choosing to do a save the date, you want to send, I actually recommend that as soon as you have your date chosen, start looking, and you want to send out a save the date, start looking at sending them out. The sooner you can get the bug in people's ear, the better, so that they can start planning and adjusting, and it has it in the back of their mind that this event is coming up and they know to expect a formal wedding invitation. If you are planning to have a photo included on your save the dates, please be sure you're working with your photographer and giving them adequate time to get those pictures taken and proofed and back to you for use on your save the date card. Invitations, response cards, anything like that. For the invitation piece, 6 months is that sweet spot. At 6, and having some of those details finalized. What that does is because keep in mind that at a bare minimum, you want to send your invitations out between 6 to or wedding, even earlier if it's a destination wedding. And so at 6 months, that gives you and me, or whoever you're working with, and the plenty of time to design. If we're doing a full custom design, that takes significantly longer than if we use, than if you've chosen one of my semi-custom, call them, but that gives plenty of time for the revisions, the design process. It gives plenty of time for printing, plenty of time for any assembly and addressing and getting them shipped to you, or whatever the case may be. So it can seem like a long time. In the world of all the little pieces that go into those invitations landing on your doorstep, it really isn't, because digital printing, flat digital printing, is the quickest printing format. And I use, all of my printing is outsourced, and I use a local printer here in Billings for all my digital, and they is operating at full capacity. Right now, they are operating on a skeleton crew and shortened hours in order to still remain open, but to also help with COVID-19. So they are not able to process as many orders in a day then. So now we're looking at probably 10 to 12 to 14 days for a digital print. For it and get it ready to mail to you. If you're looking for letterpress or foil stamping, that printing process alone is 5 to 6 weeks. And so when we talk about that 6 months, a factor in that. The number of revisions we go through will play a factor in that. So that's my little 2 cents about that. And hopefully, and it also helps, I think, that goes into planning a wedding. It's been a hot minute since I've planned mine, but I remember there's a lot that goes into it. And to age myself, I got before Pinterest even existed. So if Pinterest had existed when I got married, we'd look at a whole nother animal there. give yourself time. That's the biggest thing, because we want to make sure that you love this and you're not feeling rushed in trying to get these done and out the door. So that's pretty much what I have. Let me see.
I had a question for you.
What's up?
Does the formality of the invitation have to match the formality of the wedding? How does that work?
It is generally recommended, yes. Keep in mind that this is the first glimpse your guests are going to see into your wedding. So if you send out an invitation that looks like you're hosting a backyard barbecue and you want everybody to show up in black tie, that it sends a conflicting message, and they're not going to know what to expect, what to do, anything along those lines. So yes, if you are having an extremely formal black tie, semi-formal, whatever kind of wedding, formal sit-down dinner, anything like that, I highly recommend that your wedding stationery reflect the overall look and feel of what you're going for your wedding. Now, if you're having a very casual backyard barbecue, let's design a backyard barbecue just as beautiful as the super formal. But yes, you definitely want those to reflect each other.
That's great.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yes.
What do you recommend for timing sending out formal invites for out-of-state weddings? Is it the same timeline you talked about?
Yes. So whether they are traveling from out of state or you are getting married out of state, I actually just worked with a couple in Ireland in July, and they have already sent out their wedding invitations, because people need to plan. They need to plan flights. They need to plan accommodations. They need all plan time off from work, all of that stuff. So if you're going an out-of-state wedding, whether and you're asking all your guests, so it's a destination wedding for you or it's a destination wedding for them, I would say honestly probably 3 to 4 months at a bare minimum to actually. So that doesn't mean you need to send out any of them. So if you have a host of people who are coming in from out of state and then you have your local folks, you can send those out at different times. You can send those out-of-state ones out 3 to 4 months in advance and then wait for that 2-month window to send the ones that are here in state, if you so choose. You don't have to do it that way.
Awesome. This is awesome.
Okay, I'm not sure. What if people don't RSVP? All right, so I'm going to tell you right now, everybody's not going to RSVP. That is... What's my website? My website is 7th and Anderson.
Oh, yeah, you can. I was talking about wedding websites. They save lives.
Oh, yes, they do. They are, I can tell you right now, the brides that I've worked with whose weddings have been impacted from March and April, and now I have some in May and stuff. The wedding websites have been a lifesaver for them in a way to just channel all the information there and to direct their guests there. Some have chosen to send out what we're calling change the dates. So it's just, and I design those. If you choose to work with me and we run into a situation where we're having to postpone or anything for free for you that you can print off at home, email to your guests, whatever you want to help circumvent some of that stuff. I have no trouble doing that whatsoever. I have a couple of brides who have posted it on their website and emailed it. I have 2 others. I have one other one who's printing hers off on her own, and I have another one who's asked me to do a reprint for her. If you ask me to do a reprint for you, I work with my printer and I get you a discounted rate for that. So you just, we're all navigating a whole nother, and we're figuring things out as we go. So a little grace, but know that everybody I've ever worked with in the wedding industry, we're incredibly resourceful, we're highly creative, and we all want the same goal, and that is to have your day be as magical as you've ever dreamed it to be. And we will work with you. We will work together. That happens. So.
Awesome, Janelle. Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to add?
I did see Jennifer had asked about what if people don't RSVP. So I don't think I addressed that real quick. I'll be quick on that one. The reality is, Jennifer, not everybody's going to RSVP. That's why your caterer will always plan for, I think mine planned for like 20% extra in the food that we ordered. I've actually had, I've loved this on a response card. I have a bride and groom who have an incredible response card that if you don't respond or if you don't reply, bring a chair and a peanut butter sandwich. So, but you're not everybody's going to, but your vendors anticipate that already.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you so much. This was great fun. Ingrid, thank you so much for putting this all together as well. This is awesome.
Thank you for hopping
Thanks.
on.
Have a great one.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna hop. Well, let's see here. Yeah, we can do. Yeah, let's do Allison, and then we're gonna refresh the feed after this, after Allison. So next up, we have Allison Amy, and she is a wedding consultant, kind of a coordinator situation. So ask any questions below about coordinating or anything like that, because she has an awesome knowledge about things like that. So let's get her going. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you? How's everyone doing?
Thanks for being patient with all the delays and stuff.
Oh, no, that's good. It's been so good. So great to hear everyone, and congratulations to any of you who've been watching, who have made it all through the day.
Yeah, it's been fun. So tell me what you have for us today.
Excellent. Well, I thought I would just introduce myself. So I'm Allison. You might be able to tell from my accent that I'm not American. I might leave you guessing because you might all be tired. You can all guess where I'm from. But I do live in America. I've been here for nearly 3 years. And now, thanks to COVID, I am trapped here. So I'll be here for a lot longer. I was planning to stay anyways. So yeah, you can guess in the comments where my accent is from. My name of my business might give you a clue. It is A Bride's Best Mate. And I'm a wedding consultant slash planner slash creator. So I do wedding planning so that if a bride says, I don't want to do it, here's all my money and make it look like this, I can do it all without really involving them. Or I can do kind of half and half where they do some of the planning and I do some of the planning. Or I do day of coordination, which actually I don't really do day of. I do month of. I need to be across all the planning. Day of stresses me out way too much. I want to look at your plans like a month before and know, like, you need to get trash bins here, or how are you getting from here to here, and just go through and kind of not poke holes, but make it better. You are correct, Melissa. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. New Zealand, get out of here. So I do wedding consultations as well, and this is for brides. I like to meet with them at the beginning-ish of the planning and go through, just make sure that they're across everything, say you need to think about this or that, and work on a specific timeline for that bride. I think I've read so many wedding books, and a lot of them include timelines of, you know, when to plan what, but weddings don't look the same. There's, especially in this day and age, weddings are not cookie cutter. Your wedding will look so different to everyone else's wedding. So your timeline for planning will be different. If you want a couture French wedding dress, you're going to need a different timeline than if you're just going to order your wedding dress off Amazon. If you want to have a really budget wedding, you might need to put in more work and get things organized sooner to wait for sales, etc., etc. So I like to go through personalized consultations and make sure that what you're planning actually matches what you want. A couple of months ago, I met with a bride who had already booked her venue, and it was this beautiful mansion, very classic, white, simple, but really, really elegant, beautiful mansion on a property. And when I asked her, like, what are your wedding words? What vibe and theme do you want? She said, I want everyone to have fun. I want everyone to feel just like it's a big hangout in my backyard. I want games. I want kids. She wanted cornhole. And none of that really matches with this beautiful, elegant mansion. Now, it's workable. But by the end of our conversation, she said, you know what? I need to find a new venue. So she gave up that venue and booked a huge property with a backyard so she could have a tent and have what she actually wanted, not just what she thought she should have, if that makes sense. So I love doing that. I do most of my consultations over Zoom, and now that's perfect. Everything stayed the same for me with, well, in terms of consultations. With this Corona stuff, because I can do it all online anyways. Ingrid asked me to talk a little bit about why you might need a coordinator, which I think is a really good question and one I'm asked a lot. So if your personality is like mine, where you're a little bit type A, super organized, you see minute details in between the big picture, where you can see a plan and then break it all down and then work out what could go wrong, what won't go wrong, have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, and think really well on your feet and problem solve quickly. That's the kind of person that makes a good coordinator or a good event planner. So if you're not like that, maybe you should get a coordinator just to help you. But even if you are like that, just have a think, is that how you actually want to spend your wedding day? Do you want to spend your day running around, problem solving, getting phone calls from people, finding out that the hairdresser's an hour late and having all that stress to yourself? I would say the answer is probably not. I didn't have a wedding coordinator or even a day of back when I got married, which is quite a while ago now. That wasn't really a thing. So I got my mum to do it. And even though not that many things went wrong at my wedding, Mum still spent the whole day thinking something might go wrong, and she didn't ever get to just relax and enjoy the day. I think something will go wrong at everyone's wedding. I've never been a guest or been involved in a wedding where something didn't go wrong, but it's just the severity of things that go wrong that does, vary. My wedding, nothing too bad went wrong, but someone still needed to be the point person just in case. So I think having someone like that is really great. Also, wedding coordinators know vendors, and we work with vendors a lot. I would never publicly say anything bad about another vendor, but if a photographer was rude or late or any vendors, if a client of mine said, oh, I'm thinking about hiring blah, 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 I would say, ooh, maybe consider something else and tell them stories. Now, I wouldn't do that in real life. I had a friend actually from here who'd been married before I met her say that she really didn't like her photographer and had a whole list of reasons why she didn't like her photographer, but she didn't even leave a bad review because she felt bad. So I guess you get the inside scoop, which isn't super nice all the time, but also I can recommend people. So having a good coordinator or a good consultant who knows in the area and can tell you what to look out for, I think is really invaluable. Sometimes we can also organize discounts if they're friends of ours, or we can say if you use these two together, you can get a discount, because that's another good benefit of it. Some venues have venue coordinators, which is a little bit different. Venue coordinators are super good to know, where the brooms are, help set up tables and chairs. They know where everything is, and if something goes wrong in the venue, they are invaluable. But if your mum has a meltdown, or the flower girl goes missing with one of the bridesmaids, which is a real story that has happened, the venue coordinator isn't going to be that helpful. They won't know you getting a coordinator that knows you, knows your wedding dreams and hopes is perfect, because if something goes wrong, they'll already know kind of what you want and be able to fix it quickly and often without you even knowing. Let me think of a story I can tell you before I run out of time. So one wedding, I wasn't actually an official coordinator. I was just helping out and I was actually a bridesmaid. But I was kind of taking point because, again, I'm that kind of a person. The father of the bride picked up the cake, and when he delivered it and we opened it, it was yellow with a bunny, I want to say, on top of it. Which is not what the bride ordered, which might be a surprise to you. So I was in my bridesmaid dress and I had literally half of my face done with makeup. This makeup artist did half at a time, which I've never seen before, but she did this half. And I called my husband, who was about an hour away, called a friend, got a friend to make icing. It was an outdoor wedding, of course. It was like nothing. We were about an hour away, yeah. So she made icing. I got my husband to bring it with a spatula. I scraped off the icing off the wedding cake. I re-iced it in white icing, and then got one of the other bridesmaids, who's an artist, to do a heart design on top. And we managed to do it all without the bride ever seeing. Every time she came in the room, we, shut it and told her not to worry about it. And I took photos and I said, one day you'll find this funny, but today is not that day. And we managed to get away with that. So if we had a coordinator, then I could have, kept having my hair and makeup done instead of doing that. But yeah, having someone who can get involved with all of that, I think, is a really good idea. You can get discounts. They'll know who's good, who's not good, make recommendations. And just maybe think of things that you haven't thought of. On Instagram, I saw this little shout out to Mrs. Ashby to be. She put up a question saying that she had her grandmother's pearls that she wanted to incorporate into the wedding, but didn't know how. They didn't match her, like what she was wearing, and they didn't match the decor. And she really didn't know what to do, but she wanted to put them in. So I just had a quick look through her Instagram, saw that she had a daughter, and suggested, like, why doesn't your daughter wear them? And she said, thanks so much. She was so close to the problem and had been thinking about it for so long. She hadn't considered that as an option. So having someone who's seen a lot of weddings, read, I don't even know how many wedding books, watched wedding shows. I just love weddings for what they represent. I just love the celebration of love and the marriage to come. And I guess through this COVID stuff, not that I've been asked to give you marital advice, but I'm going to. It's made me really grateful that I married my best friend. You never know when you're going to be stuck in quarantine with another human, unable to escape. So yeah, marry your best friend. That's my wedding advice for free right there.
I love that so much.
I don't think there were any questions. Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for loving this side table. It actually was given to me by a neighbor who was throwing it away.
Oh my gosh, that's a gem. Love that.
So nice.
It's beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Allison. Where can people find you?
Oh yeah, so I'm mostly on Instagram. I did just finish my website. So you can book me or find me at abridesbestmate.com or on Instagram at abridesbestmate. And that's M-A-T-E, in case my accent is a bit crazy. And yes, I am Australian, just in case you missed that.
Love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Everyone stick around for the giveaways coming next.
Yes. All right, I'll see you soon.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, guys. So we have, let me get rid of this here. We've got 2 giveaways coming up, 2 huge giveaways, and then we're having a dance class with Patricia. So let's see if we can find Patricia here. I'm going to post these giveaways, and then we'll see if Patricia's ready after that. So the first giveaway is actually from Amelia Ann Photography. And she has been so generous, and she is going to be giving away a full session along with a hair and makeup package with Beauty and the Belief. And let me find that here so you guys can get all the info and enter. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. It's loading. Let's see here. All right. So to enter to win this giveaway, all you have to do is email hello@, ameliaannphotography.com. Enter your contact info, full address, and phone number. And in 25 words, tell them why you would love to enter a boudoir experience. And then please go ahead and visit Amelia Ann on Instagram. And her Instagram handle is Bozeman Boudoir. So be sure to go check that out and enter that amazing giveaway. Her studio work is just absolutely incredible. And you guys are really, really going to enjoy that. So be sure to enter that. And then I'm going to give you guys a chance to look at that while I set up the next giveaway. Okay, and you guys can go back and watch the replay and enter that. Our next giveaway is from Mangum Design Co. You guys, these, what are they called? Guest books? They are so cool. So this girl, she designs, she draws you guys and then puts them on your guest book. And so like, what a cute keepsake that is. So all you have to do is like this video, like Mangum Design Co. on Facebook. It's just typed just like that. And then tag a friend in the comments below and tell us a detail about your wedding that you're most excited for. So we're going to check all 3 of those things, and that will enter you in a chance to win one of these beautiful guest books that's pictured here. So I'm going to give you guys a chance to comment, tag your friends below, and I'm going to leave this up, and then just in a few minutes, we're going to invite Patricia. I see that she's all ready to go, and we're gonna dance it out. We're gonna have some fun. So enter these giveaways, and we'll be here. We'll be dancing in a short minute here. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being patient. I'm so sorry about all these delays.
No problem. No, I've been watching for a couple hours, so this is fantastic.
I'm so glad. So can you tell me a little bit about you and what you do and all that stuff?
Absolutely. Yep. So my name's Patricia. I've been a dance instructor in the Billings area since, oh my goodness, 2011. And I became a full-time instructor and left working for other businesses 3 years ago. So I've been teaching full-time as my primary life for a couple of years now. My husband, Jarrett, is going to be joining for the video for the instructional part. And he actually is the original instructor that I had when I was 14. And now he takes classes for me, which is very exciting. So I want to talk a little bit about dance lessons, especially during this time when we've got social distancing going on. Generally speaking, dance lessons are an in-person activity. However, I have been offering virtual dance lessons for either students who are not able to make it into the studio or who are taking lessons from a distance. And especially right now during social distancing, I don't have anyone coming into the studio to take sessions, so I've been doing all of my classes virtually, either pre-recorded videos or through Zoom, Facebook Messenger, FaceTime. Really any way that we can see each other during the time that we're together is how we've been making it work. So those virtual lessons are an option even during social distancing, or if you would rather do in-person lessons, those are available after, when we're all allowed back out into the world again. I do group lessons. So group lessons are really fun if, you know, you can either do a group lesson of a pre-scheduled class that I have and be in the class with multiple people, whether they're wedding couples or just people who really want to learn to dance. Or you can do private lessons, which are scheduled either bride and groom, or we can do bridal parties. Really, there's a lot of different combination options when it comes to those group or private lessons. Everything's customizable. I also work with couples on figuring out music for their big day. So some couples come to me and they say, we've got 6 songs and we have no idea what to do with them. We need to figure out which one we want to use for our first dance. Sometimes we're able to figure out different ways that we can incorporate those multiple songs throughout the day so that you still have that special song incorporated. But when it comes to narrowing down music, I work with a lot of couples on figuring out what song they actually want to dance to for their first dance. Sometimes that's based on which songs both members of the couple prefer more. Sometimes it's based on if you have a lot of songs that are more of a swing and one that's more of a waltz, you can narrow it down based on what style of dance you would prefer to dance to in that first dance. So any consultation, any conversation, any back and forth that we have is free and completely included, even if you decide, you know, you don't necessarily want to go with dance lessons, but you just want some input. I'm more than happy to do that. And then beyond that, one of the things that I do offer my brides is, in addition to dance lessons, either in the studio or virtual dance lessons, depending on the direction we end up going, is I do set up sessions with brides either at their bridal shop when they're preparing and they're doing their final fitting, so that anything that you're doing movement-wise, you know that you'll be comfortable with in your dress. I also, at the very beginning when we start working together, ask off to the side without the groom being able to hear, is there anything specific about your dress that you're worried about? What kind of dress you're going to be wearing, so that we can customize the movement in your dance to those different types of dresses. And then the last thing that I want to mention is I have also done sessions at the venue. So if you don't know if you're going to be able to fill space, or if you don't know if you're going to be confined enough in your space, we can also do a session at your venue leading up to your wedding day, whether that's during your setup the day of or the day before, or in advance. We can always set up time to go to your venue and make sure that everything is going to run smoothly and be really, really comfortable. So that's kind of a little intro into dance lessons and the different offerings there. Do you have any questions, Ingrid?
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't think I have any questions so far. You guys keep rolling questions in the comments if you have any for Patricia. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, what I will be doing is I'm going to be bringing my husband out onto the floor. We're going to start with a basic connection exercise that I use with all of my couples in all of their lessons, so that if you are in social distance with your wedding buddy, you can practice those with your partner, and then we'll go into some basic footwork for some basic swing. And we'll be using Crazy Little Thing Called Love by Michael Bublé when we do that. So we're going to get started on the dance portion, and then we'll check back with any questions and follow up. So, all right. This is my husband, Jared. Come on out.
I am Jared. All right, so our basic connection exercises, we're going to start by connecting in an open position. We have options of an open connection or a closed connection. Oh, you're the leader.
I was really confused there.
So a closed position is going to be used for a lot of styles of dance. However, today we're going to be working with that open connection, which is used in swing dancing. So to start out, we've got this open, creating an O in our connection. The leader's hand, generally that's the gentleman, or, you know, I mean, you can determine, I've worked with same-sex couples, I've worked with couples who've decided to reverse their roles. So really just determine who you want to be leading versus following. In this case, today Jarrett's going to be leading. So he's going to put his hands out as if he's holding a tray of tea, and I'm going to rest my hands on top of that connection into a nice frame about hip width apart. And Jarrett's going to lead a side-to-side movement and try and trick me. I like to tell my couples this is the only time that you're allowed to try and trick your partner. So the leader is going to shift, taking the whole body back and forth in this connection exercise. Followers, we have a tendency to try and fix things or to pre-predict what's about to happen. So a lot of times the followers will say, all right, we've been going to side at about this pace, so I'm going to continue, and you leave your leader behind. So that's something that we try and just knock out of the park right at the beginning and make sure that our leader is leading and our follower is following, because when it comes to the actual dance on the floor, you want to make sure that you guys are dancing in unison rather than you're dancing on the same floor, but you're dancing completely separately. Okay, so that connection exercise, side to side. Leaders, I like to tell leaders to go ahead and try and trick your partner at this point. So you can move side to side a little bit more quickly. You can throw pauses in. You can go super, 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 super slow. You can extend that movement from side to side a little bit more. This really helps to get your partner in tune with you. This is a great way to start all of your practices at home, whether it's just your very first connection exercise or you're working on more complex patterns and you want to make sure that you're on the same page as you get started. The next thing that we do in this connection exercise is the leader is going to make sure that the follower is on the same side of the body. So you're going to shift to one foot, pause, and then we're going to go into walking movements. So leaders are going to walk toward or away from their partner. And you want to make sure that this hand connection or the frame, which is the hand through the arm, through the upper body, through the other arm, down to the hand. This is your frame, whether it's up here or down here. You want to make sure that your frame is what I call half-cooked spaghetti. So if you
Sorry, I just got a call come in. I'm going to put that on do not disturb, maybe.
There you go.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, so we're working on that half-cooked spaghetti concept where we want to make sure that we're not super rigid, where our arm connection can feel broken if we connect too harshly. And we also want to make sure that we don't have overcooked spaghetti where our arms are going all over the place. So if Jarrett leads me and I've got overcooked spaghetti arms, he's just going to end up walking right into me. And that's where a lot of couples have that instance where it feels like somebody is always walking on somebody else's feet. So this is a great way to try and avoid that from the very beginning. So we're going to go back into our open position connection, and your partner, your leader, is going to shift to one side of the body. And then take your follower with you, leaders, as you walk and switch directions. This is going to make sure that you guys are working in unison together. And it's a really great way to start your dance practices again. The next thing that I go over in those basic connection exercises is we do a double high five with our partner. So you want to put your hands at your follower's eye level. So if you have a really tall partner, when Jarrett and I met, he was about yay tall. So when we were working on these connection exercises when we were 14, he had to raise that connection up higher than he would now as a taller leader. So you want to put your double high five at your follower's eye level, wherever that may be. Okay, so this double high five connection, Jarrett's going to lead rotations or turns. So he's going to rotate the body, and I'm going to mirror that body rotation. And then we're going to use this for actual turns. So when Jarrett's leading turns, he's going to rotate his hands the direction he wants me to rotate. He's going to pick one hand, rotate the fingers This is a visual cue to your follower to say, we're turning this way or we're turning this way. So there's inside turns, which cross towards the nose. There's outside turns, which go outside of the partnership. So he's rotating a hand in the direction he wants to lead my rotation, and then he's going to shine my halo. Okay, so he's rotating one side of his fingers. I see that he's pointing toward the inside of the connection. I'm going to follow that rotation as he shines my halo in that inside direction. So when you start out working with your follower, you want to go nice and slow, make sure that she's comfortable, she or he is comfortable in that rotation. And then you can add extra turns as you go along, add a little element of surprise in there as long as you know that your follower is not going to tumble to the floor. So we've got that rotation in multiple directions, inside, outside turns, and we cover those in more depth in those dance lessons. So you know the difference between your outside turns and the type of footwork and connection that's associated with them. So those are the things that we work with initially in making sure that the partnership is connected. Now we're going to go a little bit more in depth, and we're going to go specifically into swing. So the swing that we're doing today is a version of East Coast swing. We're going to be doing steps and tap steps to cover all of the rhythms within music. If you have any musical background, then you know that most music is built in, well, a lot of the modern music that we listen to, a ton of the music that I hear wedding couples using is built in 4/4 timing. So you've got 8 beats of music before you go back to your 1. So this is not necessarily always starting on the 1. If you have musical background, it's okay. So this is going to have a 6-count pattern for our basic. We're going to face you guys so that you can see as a follower. So that's primarily the women in the partnership are going to choose to be followers, but honestly, you can decide which you choose to be. Leaders are going to start with their left feet. Followers are starting with their right feet. And I think we may or may not be mirrored. I'm not quite sure. So you want your right foot followers to be prepared to move, left foot leaders prepared to move. And this movement is going to have a rock step and 2 side steps. So we're going to do our rock step back first. Rock, step, that's 1, 2. We're going to go to the side. 3, touch 4, 5, touch 6. And I'm going to actually have you face the gold wall so they can see that your foot is not going completely to the floor. So as you do your rock step, as both leaders and followers, you want to make sure that you're not rocking all the way to your heel because that brings you too far away from your partner. So Jared's going to do his footwork as a leader facing the glitter wall. I'm going to do my footwork as a follower facing towards the camera. So we're going to do our rock step first, then 2 side touch. Ready, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Awesome. So once you have that footwork down with your partner, or independently, if you guys are social distance separately, we're going to go back into our connection with our partner. And it's almost like we're both going to be pushing off of an invisible wall between us. So instead of rocking and pulling our partner toward us, or stretching to the point where we can't touch our partner anymore, we're both going to connect in a compression, pressing off of that invisible wall between us for our rock step. And then the leader is going to bring us side, touch, again, rock, step, side, touch, rock, step, side, touch, rock, step, side, touch, rock, step. Awesome. So once we have that concept of moving together in place, we go into rotating the partnership, because if you danced facing one wall the entire time that you're dancing your dance, you might get bored of that wall. So we add that element of rotation in pretty early in lessons so that you have a little bit more of dynamic movement and you get to see a little bit more of the world. So to add that rotation in so that we're seeing different sides of the wall, we think of our partnership as a hula hoop. So this connection is our hula hoop. And if Jared's holding that hula hoop in front of his body and he wants to rotate the hula hoop to a different wall, he's not going to think about his footwork as much as he thinks about his body rotation. And your feet will naturally follow that rotation. So if I had a cone or a chair or something here that I was going to walk around, or I'll walk around you, if I'm going to walk around Jared, I'm not going to face out and have my feet rotate first. My upper body rotates around that object or that human, and then my footwork will follow that rotation. It's the same thing when we're trying to rotate our bodies in a dance connection or when we're taking our partners in that rotation. So as we rotate in this connection, his upper body is going to dictate which direction we turn. Go ahead. Rock, step, side, touch, 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 rock, step. Good. So with that, it's a pretty subtle visual indicator. You can't necessarily see I'm going to this side. So you don't want to break that frame to point your sternum in a new direction. You just want to take that whole frame and slightly adjust your body position to indicate that direction change. So I'm going to put a little bit of music on, and we're going to go through that so that you can see the combination of the rhythm and the movement to the music.
The music's the best part.
You guys are doing awesome. We're enjoying this so much. Good, I'm glad.
Here we go. 5, 6, 7, go.
I can't handle this thing called love. I must get around to it. I ain't ready. Crazy thing called love. This thing called love.
All right, so I hope the audio for the music came across all right on there so you guys can kind of hear that. We're going to talk briefly about inside and outside turns. We're not going to specifically go into the footwork, but we will cover that so that you can play around with that a little bit. Otherwise, I could teach all day. So, inside and outside turns. The inside turn, when I work with small children, I tell them that it's like wiping your nose. because that hand connection comes across in front of the leader's face, and you can either think of it as checking the watch, but a lot of people now aren't used to wearing watches. So think about checking the watch or bringing that arm across in front of your face like you're about to sneeze or something like that. Very entertaining when I tell children that. So that hand comes across the face, and that's an inside turn because that hand connection is coming across in between the partnership. So inside is in between the partnership. So we generally, in our basics of swing, the lead hand is the leader's left and the follower's right. So the follower's right hand, leader's left hand comes up, crosses in between the partnership, and we rotate through. Then we have the outside turn, which again, the primary lead hand in the basics of the swing is going to be the leader's left hand, follower's right hand, and rotating outside of the partnership. So we're making that circle a little bit bigger. Another way to think about it is the inside turn is going to be shining the halo. The outside turn might be shining the edge of a top hat or something just a little bit bigger, but not significantly bigger. You don't want to haymaker that rotation for your partner. A couple of things to keep in mind as you're practicing these rotations is shoulder injuries are pretty common for followers when you're not used to dancing and doing turns like this. So if you put your arms in front of you so that you can kind of feel there's a natural bounce point where you can feel that your connection is moving away from your back and goes into your shoulders. So that natural bounce point is generally right in front of your eyes. And then on the outside of that, you've got another natural bounce point where you can feel the connection in your back. And if you go past that, which is 40 to 50 degrees from the front of your face, you can feel that the primary connection is in your shoulders. So anytime you're doing turns or over the head movements, this is for both leaders and followers, but it's very common for followers. You want to make sure that you're being safe and keeping your arm position in that range of motion that's comfortable for the way that your body is built. So we're going to do one basic, rock, step, side, side, rock, step. Jared's going to lead this inside turn by bringing the hand across his face. And then we're going to rotate back to face each other. So it's just a very basic overview of an inside turn. And then we've got the outside turn. Rock, step, side, side, rock, step. He's starting to rotate that hand out. I'm going to follow that rotation with my body. And then we face back to each other and reconnect that second hand. So, you have anything that you want to add in really quick, honey?
None of this time.
Okay. Perfect.
That should be good.
All right. Well, I'm going to pop back over here.
All right, so that is a basic rundown of some swing.
That was amazing. We had so much fun.
Good, I'm glad. I hope everybody enjoyed that and was able to get up and a little bit active. I know everybody's stuck at home or the gyms are closed and all of that craziness. So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Patricia. I really
absolutely.
And thanks for adding some fun into all this day.
Sure thing. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. If they want to book further with you, how can they do that?
Oh, absolutely. So if you contact me, you can contact my personal Facebook page, Patricia Lambert, or my business page is facebook.com/dancingwithpatricia. What I've also done is I had this session recorded. So what I'll be doing is editing that so that I can email it out. So if you guys are interested in having this mini dance lesson sent to you, and we'll also do a little bit of bonus material. If you're interested in having that emailed to you, you can just message me your email address or let me know in some way that you want that sent to you.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank
Bye,
you.
guys. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That's a wrap for the day. Thank you guys so much for hopping in and joining us for the day. It has been so much fun. And, let me get rid of this. It's distracting. Yeah, what a fun day it's been. And I almost feel a little bit recharged that I've seen like all my friends and all my vendor friends today. I feel like, as AJ said, it's been like a little mini reunion, and I just feel my heart is full. I feel really, really good, and I hope you guys feel good too. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. I'm reading comments right now. And I just want to thank all vendors who were involved. Thank you for all the time and the energy spent contributing and helping me with everything. And brides, I hope that you leave this live stream feeling encouraged and not alone in all this crazy wedding planning situations that you're in right now, especially right now. And if you're watching this later, outside of this pandemic, we made it, hopefully. And I hope that this helped you just kind of wrangle the chaos and encourage you to get a manage on all the planning and everything like that. So I'm reading comments again. Oh, you guys are so welcome. Thank you for joining. So I will be reaching out to vendors, and we're gonna figure out who won the giveaways. So be sure to keep visiting Bridal Talk on Instagram and Facebook. And I'll be announcing winners through there, and I will be messaging you as well through Facebook. So stay tuned for those giveaways. At the very, very most, it'll be about 24 hours because I know vendors had different rules. So I'm going to give them that, and then as well as if you're watching the live stream a little bit later, not live stream, if you're watching the replay a little bit later, you can still enter within this 24-hour mark. So we'll be announcing giveaway winners soon. And yeah, I just want to thank you guys so much. And hopefully there'll be more, and just stay tuned. So follow Bridal Talk on Facebook, Instagram. It's just called The Bridal Talk. And then you can follow me over on Ingrid Svare Photography on Facebook and Instagram as well. So I hope you guys stay safe, stay healthy. My thoughts and prayers are with you all. And I'll see you soon. Bye, guys.